intelligent actress. I mean, so it takes a lot of smarts to act that dumb. That's what Dolly Parton always said.
Dolly Parton says it perfectly. Amen, sister.
All right, we are out of time for today. Have a great Monday. We'll see you back here tomorrow for Good Day Orlando.
And I'll be back tonight at 5 o'clock. I'll see you then.
Yeah, girl.
That too.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've got a lot of things going on today. It is already shaping up to be a busy Monday, so I want to let you know a couple of the things that we are getting ready for any minute now, and then we'll talk a little bit about things that are going on a little bit later today. But first, let me give you a live look right now in Pasco County, where we expect to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis any minute now, holding a news conference there at the Sheriff's Office training facility in Land O'Lakes. So that news conference is scheduled to begin in just a moment. But on the right, give you a live look at the National Hurricane Center in Miami, where we are seeing the beginning of a news conference now. We're going to hear from Michael Brennan, the director of the Hurricane Center, some other officials as well on this first day of hurricane season. And again, it looks like this news conference is about to get underway right now. And so we will go ahead and listen in.
Welcome to the National Hurricane Center. My name is Maria Torres. I'm the Public Affairs Officer for the National Hurricane Center, and it's truly a pleasure just to welcome you all here today. We're so glad you could join us to mark the start of the 2026 hurricane season across the Atlantic, the East Pacific, and also the Central Pacific basins. We are joined by a wonderful group of experts who will share important information on hurricane preparedness as we enter this season. So as the 2026 hurricane season begins, we have gathered here today to emphasize the need to prepare early. Our committed team at the National Hurricane Center, alongside numerous partner agencies, is here to highlight why preparing early is essential. We urge you not to wait until the storm approaches before taking action. Start your preparations now by creating a comprehensive plan and ensuring your family is ready. For media members in attendance, I will serve as your primary point of contact throughout the day. So our program today will open with approximately 15 to 20 minutes of remarks by our distinguished guests, also followed by a Q&A session right at the end. So I would like to introduce our speakers joining us today. We have Dr. Michael Brennan, Director of the National Hurricane Center. We have Robert Fenton, Senior Official performing the duties of the FEMA Administrator. Pete Gomez, Director of Miami-Dade Emergency Management, and also Clay Pacheco, Director of Broward County Emergency Management, and the Rear Admiral Adam Chami, U.S. Coast Guard Commander of the Southeast District. So with that, before I pass it on, I just want to say a few words in Spanish. Let's switch. So, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en esta mañana y gracias por estar con nosotros en esta mañana, especialmente hablar un poco sobre la temporada de huracanes 2026. Le agradecemos mucho su colaboración de estar aquí. Nuestro enfoque en esta semana es asegurarnos de que las personas se preparen temprano, que no esperen a último momento y no bajar la guardia. Es importante prepararse y tener todos los preparativos al día y asegurarse de que tengan sus familiares preparados para esta nueva temporada 2026. Con esto, let me pass it on to Dr. Michael Brennan. And with that, Mike, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Welcome here to the National Hurricane Center. It's really a pleasure to be joined by our partners here from FEMA, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties, U.S. Coast Guard. I think it's a great representation of all the support and services that are provided from the federal down to the local level as we emphasize the need for preparedness. So I think back, every hurricane season, as you run up to June 1st, there's so much focus on, well, what's the season going to be like, and the seasonal forecast and that messaging. But now that we're here, the focus is on the fact that there are going to be storms. You know, NOAA's forecast is for 8 to 14 named storms in the Atlantic, several hurricanes, 1 to 3 major hurricanes. We're expecting very busy years in the eastern and central Pacific basins. So the main message is now prepare. This is the time to get ready. And it does not take a major hurricane making landfall directly in your community for there to be hazardous conditions there. And this year more than ever, really that message of it only takes one storm affecting your community to make it a bad season for you and your family. So now is the time to find out, do you live in a storm surge evacuation zone? Know how you're going to evacuate, where you're going to go, how you're going to get there, how you're going to prepare you and your family to survive potentially several days on your own within your community to keep you and your family safe. Multiple days, again, of food, water, medicine, anything you're going to need to keep you and your family safe. And find your trusted sources of information. Now more than ever, it's important to find those authoritative sources of information about the storm itself and the weather and the hazards it brings, as well as what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. So that starts here at the Hurricane Center with hurricanes.gov, your local National Weather Service office at weather.gov, your local emergency managers like Pete and Clay. Those local emergency officials are going to tell you what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. Find those sources of information now. Your local broadcast meteorologist, your local media, they're going to be the ones that can translate that information about the hazards, the storm surge, the winds, the flooding rainfall, the tornadoes, the surf and rip currents, and translate that information down into what you need to keep you and your family safe. So again, welcome here. I'm going to pass it on over to Acting FEMA Administrator Bob Fenton for a few words, and welcome, Bob. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here, Dr. Brennan, and glad to be back at the Hurricane Center. And I want to thank our partners from NOAA and all our other partners across the emergency management community. As we kick off hurricane season here, the one thing I want to get across is that FEMA is ready. FEMA is ready to support our state, tribal nations, territories, and local emergency managers that lead disaster response. Under President Trump and Secretary Mullen's leadership, FEMA is working to be not only leaner, faster, but also laser focus on our core mission, which is helping people before, during, and after disasters. FEMA is ready. We have over 20,000 personnel ready for this hurricane season. We have 18 of our national and regional incident management teams are able to deploy to disasters. We have 28 of our urban search and rescue teams that are partnerships with local governments across the country ready to support. We have our disaster and emergency communication teams, 6 of those ready to respond this year. So we stand ready. But readiness is far more than what we have ready to go at the federal level. It's really all the preparedness that starts year-round. And over the last year and a half, since January 2025, we've trained over 1 million state, local, tribal, territorial emergency managers, local leaders, and others through courses that we provide through FEMA. In addition to that, our FEMA logistics teams are out right now working with states and local governments to understand their capabilities, but more importantly, understand where the gaps are so we ensure that we're ready to support those. And in addition to what we're doing to get ready, we have a lot of ongoing disaster recovery happening right now across the United States from the last year of hurricanes. Over the last year, we provided over $830 million of assistance to individuals from the last years of events. And we provide over $11.4 billion and over 13,000 grants to cover restoration of damaged infrastructure. It's also about partnerships. And the partnerships you see here today are critical to the success of emergency management. Those partnerships with states, tribal nations, local governments that are in the lead for disasters. FEMA stands ready to support those entities with federal resources and to coordinate the federal government's support to states and local emergency managers. Our partnership here today with NOAA and emergency managers helps ensure the public gets accurate information when needed to make the best decisions in order to protect the public. The 2026 hurricane season overlaps with a number of other major events to include FIFA World Cup and Americans 250 celebration. We are making sure that we not only prepare for hurricane season, but cover those events. So we established a task force to focus on those events this year that will not draw away from the resources we have ready to respond to hurricane season. In addition to that, we provide over almost $900 million to states and local governments to prepare for those special events this year. Bottom line, states and communities lead. FEMA and our federal partners are ready to support. One of the key members, and Dr. Brennan talked about it, is Americans all over the country. And we need to make sure that even with all the planning and coordination we're doing, that every American has a critical role to play in disasters. The time to prepare is now, and that time has to happen before a storm is on the way. So make sure that you have a plan, make sure that you build a kit, stay informed, sign up for alerts, pay attention to trusted sources, whether it be the National Hurricane Center or your local officials. And the other key thing is make sure that you have insurance. Whether that be insurance or flood insurance is critical. It takes about 30 days for flood insurance to become active policy. In disasters, it's shown us that insurance pays far more than what we've paid for disasters. If you look back at studies over the last 5 years, insurance pays almost about $80,000 on your losses to your home, whereas FEMA pays on average about $4,500. So to recover whole, insurance is critical to that. In closing, I just want to underline a couple things, that FEMA will continue to work closely with our partners at NOAA, with governors, tribal leaders, local officials, and emergency managers across the nation. President Trump has nominated Cam Hamilton for the FEMA administrator, and we have been connected at the hip as he goes through the Senate confirmation process. He's ready to, and once he goes through that, he'll be ready to assume, if confirmed, the role of the FEMA administrator. And so we work very closely together to make sure that that happens seamlessly as we go into this hurricane season. Just want to say he's a great American and will be a great partner to our communities and our states and local governments, and a great leader in emergency management. We're committed in FEMA to support communities before, during, and after disasters, strengthen our partnerships, and help individuals, families get better prepared. I appreciate your continued coordination of these partnerships. And now I'd like to invite Miami-Dade Emergency Manager Pete Gomez to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Dr. Brennan. As you see here, this is what we talk about collaboration. We're here with some of our partners that help respond to all these disasters. And Bob mentioned it, it's about preparing for the community. Make sure that you prepare. I always like to say this story. I'm one of the members of one of the 28 National Urban Search and Rescue Teams, and I've responded to a bunch of disasters throughout this country. And when we've gone to many of these hurricane-stricken areas like Katrina, Mississippi, the west coast of Florida, a lot of times there's destruction like you wouldn't believe. And I asked the survivors, why didn't you evacuate? And it was always the same story. It was because we lived through hurricane such and such, and we thought this one wasn't going to be as bad. And to Dr. Brennan's point is, all it takes is one. It doesn't matter if you got 3 named storms or you got 8 to 16 storms that are going to be coming this way. All it takes is one. The last time Miami-Dade got hit with a real bad weather event wasn't even a hurricane. It was 2017 Irma, and as it came through Miami-Dade County, it was not a Category 1 hurricane. I know that because Rob Moyeda told me that from the National Weather Service. And yet it caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damaged buildings and debris in response to this thing. So what I like to say to the communities, please be prepared. You heard it from Bob Fenton, right? Create a kit, have a plan, know your evacuation zones, know whether you're in a storm surge zone or what storm surge zone you're in, and know whether you got to leave. The wind isn't the most dangerous aspect of the risk of hurricanes and storms. It's the water, right? We hide from the wind and we run from the water. So if you live on the East Coast, that means you're going to get some storm surge and some of these hurricanes. Just know where you're going to go. That should be part of your plan. Doesn't mean you got to leave the state of Florida. It just means you got to get out from that storm surge zone and go to an area that's going to be safe. Doral's a great place to come to Hialeah. Some of these places that are higher away from the coast, and just make sure you get into a safe building. Know who you're going to go to. Notify your family members, say you're coming. As part of your plan, if you've got medical conditions and you take medications, make sure you have your medications. Make sure you have a new prescription, because if power goes out, you might not be able to get an electrical prescription from the doctor's office, right? If you got animals, right, know what you're going to do with the animals. We have pet-friendly shelters. We can bring you to a pet-friendly shelter. If you got medical conditions, if you're an elderly patient and you need us to come get you, we encourage you to sign up for the Emergency Evacuation Assistance Program that Miami-Dade handles. We will actually come and get you and take you to an evacuation shelter, right? And if you are going to be going to an evacuation shelter, know what you got to bring, right? And as you prepare, you're preparing your kit, know what you got to bring in that kit. Have enough food, right, for 3 to 7 days. Have enough water, 1 gallon of water per person per day. So you got to know all these things. If you're going to evacuate, make sure your gas is topped off on your vehicles. If you got a boat, the admiral's going to close down those bridges at some point. Know what you're going to do with your boat. That should be part of your plan, right? So now's the time to make sure you got all those things squared away. If you got a lot of things around your house, secure them, because they become projectiles in storms. Now's the time to make sure you get all those things. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to introduce my partner in crime from Broward County, Clay Pacheco.
Thank you, Pete. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. First and foremost, I'd like to thank NOAA, the National Weather Service, and all the hardworking folks there in the peanut gallery watching this press conference, because the work they do is essential for us. That data that they provide helps me, helps my elected officials make those life-saving decisions to have the call for an evacuation, to close schools, and those type of important decisions we need to make. One thing I want to mention, it's been over and over again, everybody's saying it, is preparedness. I'm happy to announce today that Broward County has launched an emergency management app as of today. It's on Apple and Google Play. Please download it. A lot of the stuff we're talking about.
Hearing now from officials in Broward County, speaking at this news conference at the National Hurricane Center in Miami, talking about the first day of hurricane season, also showing you the disaster supply kit checklist. You can find that at floridadisaster.org. Now is certainly the time to be stocking up, just getting a little, a few things here and there so that you don't have to get it all at once. So we've also been asking you, what's the top priority of your hurricane preps? Stocking up on supplies. Looks like that's what most of you are saying. But you can vote in our poll right now, fox35orlando.com/vote, or scan the QR code on your screen. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Governor DeSantis has stepped up to the podium in Pasco County. He's talking about property taxes. We will get you there in just a few minutes. But right now, we're continuing to listen in to this news conference at the National Hurricane Center. This is a Rear Admiral with the U.S. Coast Guard talking about their preparations. Again, today is the first day of hurricane season. Runs through the end of November. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
They lived inland, and like many Floridians, my dad said, "Oh, I'll be good. We'll be good. We'll be fine." And then he started to hear a little bit more about what storm surge is and what storm surge can mean and how high and powerful those waters can be. And he called me and said, "Hey, what's this thing about storm surge?" I said, "Yeah, Dad, this is real." He said, "Do you think I should evacuate?" "Yes, I think you should evacuate." So he got out of the way. In fact, he came down to Miami from the west coast of Florida. Storm came through. House was not damaged. He went back. He said to me, "Hey, there you go. I didn't really need to evacuate." I said, "That is not the lesson that you want to take away from this. The lesson you want to take away from this is it wasn't really that hard to evacuate. It really isn't that inconvenient to evacuate. If you get asked to leave, please do." I'll tell you one other reason why to do it. I have 4,000 active duty men and women in the Coast Guard from South Carolina down to Puerto Rico. The average age is in their 20s. They will do whatever I ask of them. They will fly a helicopter out into the storm. They will drive their boat out into the storm. They will wade out into the water. Whatever I ask, they will do. I would rather not have to ask them to risk their lives because we didn't choose to evacuate or somebody decided to stay out on a boat when they should have been on land, or somebody decided it might be a good day to go surfing because the waves look pretty cool. So please, for yourself, for all of the emergency responders, for your U.S. Coast Guard, please evacuate. Please follow the recommendations. We want you all to be safe and sound at the end of hurricane season, and we really thank you for your cooperation, and we will be here for you if you need us, though. So just know that. Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll start taking questions. Please state your name, the station that you're in, and who you want to address the question to. So yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Janine Stanwood with WPLG, and I have two quick questions for Mr. Fenton.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was an emergency manager in South Carolina who had expressed some concern about the leaner FEMA and the 20% personnel being cut, that some top-tier FEMA people were being cut, and there were concerns. Should people here in Florida be concerned about that?
No, we are ready for this hurricane season. It's in our DNA to respond to hurricanes. We've done it for decades. We have over almost 20,000 staff right now that are ready. In addition to that, there's over 7,000 DHS surge that we bring in. But more importantly, it's just not FEMA. It starts with local and state government and their capabilities. And you're seeing them up here. They are really the lead for disasters. Our job is to support state and local governments. So our capacity really starts at that local and state level. And it really, even before that, begins with every American's responsibility to prepare, and the big message that you've heard up here. So it starts with Americans preparing. We need to get them prepared. We need to communicate that. That's what we're doing today. Two, local and state governments preparing for this. We're going through the normal spin-up we do every year for hurricane season and making sure that we do all the tabletops, exercises, have all the contingency contracts ready. So we are ready this year to respond to hurricanes.
And then my second question really quickly, a colleague had heard that a possible use for alligator Alcatraz post-closure could be for hurricane preparedness, possibly a place to keep FEMA trailers. Can you say if there have been any discussions?
Yeah, I haven't had any discussions with Kevin on that. He's the state director, a good friend of mine. We were on the FEMA council together, but no discussions on that. States and local governments decide where they set up shelters, how they shelter individuals. Those are their decisions. We support them in those decisions, but no discussions or requests yet on that subject. Good.
Thank you so much.
All right, Brian, go ahead.
Hi, Brian Norcross from Fox Weather. A question for my emergency managers here at Clay and Pete. Here we are in 2026, 100 years from the Miami hurricane of 1926, and I wonder if you guys reflect on what would happen if such a storm that damaged 95% of the buildings in Dade and Broward, and flooded as far north as West Palm Beach, took out downtown Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Dania, as well as being the Great Miami hurricane. How would the region handle, or what would it mean to have such a storm today?
Yes, we have thought about it. We've actually conducted exercises through FEMA a few years back, and we planned for those. I recall Hurricane Andrew, listening to a weatherman be up all night and warning us what was coming and guiding us through the whole process. And we have thought about that, Brian. It's going to take a lot of manpower. I think there's been a lot of changes since the last 100 years, since Hurricane Andrew, not only from the federal response, the state response, and our local capabilities. We've been increasing our capabilities. We've done gap analysis through all of our partners, and we've increased. I mean, back in the day, we never had an urban search and rescue team, right? Now we got 2 of the 28 federal urban search and rescue teams right here in Miami-Dade County. The state of Florida has 8 more. So you've seen the capabilities increase. Not only have we increased the capabilities of the first responders, but we've also engaged in a lot of mitigation efforts, right? The fact that we've got basins in Everglades, we've got controls of all our canals. You know how the flood system works. Those are all mitigation efforts that we've taken over the years to prevent flooding, or to mitigate the flooding when it does come, or to prevent it if we know we're going to get a lot of rain. But we've also mitigated the capabilities of the fire departments, right, of all of our first responders, of the hospitals. We got generators now. Now we've changed the code. After Hurricane Andrew, the building code changed, and now South Florida has the strongest building codes in the entire nation. As a matter of fact, they were trying to pass a law to make it part of the national infrastructure plan. So we've done a lot to increase our capabilities. Are there going to be some weaknesses and gaps, as something like that were to happen? There probably will be. But what I will say is, you're not going to see anywhere else in the entire country as you see the capabilities that the state of Florida has, led by Kevin Guthrie, our relationships with FEMA, with Bob, and how we collaborate here in South Florida through all of our partners. We're tight. We're like nothing the rest of the country does. We're like nothing Florida does, and Florida does it better than any other state in the state of Florida. So I hope
Officials in South Florida right now talking on this first day of hurricane season about preparations and how they will handle things this year. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus as they continue to take questions. On the other side of this break, we will get you to Governor DeSantis speaking live in Pasco County.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look in Land O'Lakes. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking live right now at the Pasco County Sheriff's Office training facility, talking about his plan to cut property taxes. Today is the first day of the special session in Tallahassee, where lawmakers will consider that plan. The Senate gavels in at 1 o'clock. The House gavels in at 1:30. We'll have more coverage on that coming up later this afternoon. But let's go ahead and listen in live as Governor DeSantis speaks.
Again, that's just property tax. That's all property tax revenue, commercial, non-homestead residential, investment properties, all that stuff. That's where they're at. But that property tax is still just a portion of their overall taxes that are going into the county budget. So you're talking about homestead, which is a fraction of all property tax revenue, but that property tax revenue is simply a piece of an overall thing. And in places like Hillsborough, Broward, they get a lot more revenue from other things all in when you look at how they do their operations. And so looking at the growth of the revenue, looking at focusing on homestead, I'm like, yeah, of course we can do this. Of course we can. Don't let anyone tell you you can't. So if we were to do so, but I also understand that we have to do something that the legislature would be willing to put on the ballot and that voters will vote for. Now, anytime you do anything that benefits taxpayers, you're going to have people come out of the woodwork saying, oh, you're not going to have any more police, you're not going to have any more schools, you're not going to have any more of that. Now, obviously, that's not true. Did Hillsborough County have police and fire in 2018 when they were getting $850 million in property tax revenue? Yeah, they had all those things. What would that mean? Would they not be able to do it if they ended up with just $1.42 billion in 2028? Still almost a 100% increase. Would somehow of course they would be able to do it. And yes, costs have gone up, but you're talking about almost doubling of the revenue in many of these situations. You know, Broward County is interesting. 1.1 billion property tax revenue in 2018. 2025, 1.8 billion, but they only had a 3% population increase on net over that intervening period. So, you know, you're having about a 70-80% budget property tax revenue increase going in for only 3%. And if left unabated, they're going to end up with $2.5 billion taken from taxpayers for property taxes in 2031. That's a lot, right? That's a lot going forward. So we focused on the homestead. We understand it's important. Now, if you just eliminated every homestead property from being taxed on day one, like I said, it would be about 30% of the revenue that would be gone. Just to put that in perspective, though, it isn't like that's taking you back 40 years. It takes you back like 4 years from what the revenue was going in across the state of Florida for local governments. Even if you just did that on day one and had no fund, which we're providing to give, you would be able to do it at levels that were being spent in 2022, 23, 2024. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, we have to work with folks to get it on the ballot and do all this other stuff. And so what we said we're going to do is, okay, you're going to have to do it in stages. But the first one is we're going to raise homestead exemption for everyone for $250,000 tax-free. And that's the opening salvo that you're going to do. Now, what does that mean? Well, I mentioned Broward. That's 51.8% of all homesteaded residential properties in Broward would be off the tax rolls entirely. Obviously, anyone with a value higher than that is still getting the exemption. So if you're 500, you're going to get that exemption. Going to be really, really significant to be able to do. But that's a massive amount of folks that are going to have this major lifeline where they're not going to have to worry about doing that anymore. Hillsborough, 61.2%, Pasco, 65.2% in terms of the people that would benefit. That's just the initial. You know, you're going to have the legislature working over many years, hopefully not many years, but certainly they'll be able to do where they can implement it over many years, where you'll be able to get even more relief. So that's something that's really significant. My question is there anything else that can be proposed that would actually deliver thousands of dollars of savings every single year to taxpayers. Is there anything you've seen proposed in the city councils, the county commission, the state legislature, anywhere else where you would realize that type of savings? I haven't seen it. So if you're looking at helping people afford to be able to live and to be able to prosper, the property tax is the best game in town to be able to help with that. So that's why it's going on the homestead, focusing on that, and that's why it's going to a phased approach where you're going to be able to do that. So just understand, if you do the proposal, and look, the legislature's in session. I mean, maybe they have other ideas and can do it. Would even be better for you guys, and I'm all ears on that. But if you do what they were talking about, so Hillsborough County in 2028, their property tax revenue would be $1.41 billion. Again, in 2018, they were getting $850 billion. That's with this plan passing and being enacted. They would go from $855 to $1.4 billion. So that, again, that's close to doubling in that 10-year period. That's where you would end up. We have had inflation. We've had population growth. They've had 8% population growth. We've not doubled. The costs have not doubled for all this stuff over this period of time. The inflation is, it's significant, but there you go. So that's just that. So that takes them back to spending levels from 2 years ago for property tax revenue. That's what that would do. So anytime anyone tells you, oh my gosh, not going to be able to fund anything, good luck. We're going to disband the sheriff's department. We're going to have to disband police, all this stuff. Obviously, that's not true because they didn't disband it in 2024 when they were taking in a similar amount. So the whole notion of this is that it's doable, and that's the thing. Like, some people will ask me, why didn't you just get rid of every property? Because first of all, the legislature wouldn't do it. Second of all, you'd have to propose new taxes, and I don't want new taxes. All this other stuff. So that's where we're at just for that. But we are proposing because we have a big surplus at the state. We're proposing a big trust fund so that we can help with grants in many situations which may need. And look, every tax base in Florida is not the same. Miami, come on, they've got a massive tax base. I mean, let's just be real. You're helping homesteaded people in Miami-Dade County, and they're going to have a lot of opportunities for revenue. They already get a lot of money for revenue. Same thing with a lot of our major centers. There's just a lot going on that's very positive, and I think that's great, and they think that they should take advantage of that. Then you have rural. So we have 32 fiscally constrained counties. You could give them money to do all the homestead that they would, quote, lose. Although I don't like this idea of government's losing revenue. It's not their money, it's your money, okay? Government is not taking as much. You're getting constitutional protection for your property. That's a good thing, and we got to see it through the lens of the taxpayer and the homeowner. But nevertheless, you have some rural, it's budget dust to give them grants. I mean, I put it in my budget. I knew it wasn't going to get taken up because this wasn't ripe yet, but it just as a show of good faith. I'm like, yeah, look, if that's going to keep some of these folks from not wanting to support it, because, the legislature, we have legislators that represent rural. It's like, fine, we'll help rural. That's no problem. Then you have other parts, more bedroom communities, and I would say Pasco would be one of those. Pasco's had massive growth. I think you guys have had 25% population growth since 2018. But, you've also seen a big increase in property tax revenue. I mean, it was $250 million, $251 million in 2018, and now it's $609 million currently. In terms of what came in for property tax revenue. And so, look, when you have 25% increase in population and inflation, you are going to go up from 250. I get that. Even if you don't raise millage, I understand that. But I think that there's absolutely room. But, some of the bedroom communities may not have as much non-homestead, may not have as much commercial, and may not have other taxing sources that they're getting a lot of money from. These other places are getting a lot of money, and they have more than what they need anyways. So we can do grants, and I'm happy to do that. The Florida legislature last year voted to put something on the ballot which would have required us. So we have a maxed out rainy day fund in Florida. We're not allowed constitutionally to put anything more. It's quadrupled since I became governor. We had about $1.6 billion in it Now I think we're 5.7 billion or something like that. I mean, it's gone up. It's great. If there's a downturn, and there will be an economic downturn at some point, economy's cyclical, that's why we did this, then you're able to take from there, plug whatever holes you have in the budget, and then you're great, right? You will not, as long as people are behaving responsibly who get elected, you are not going to have to raise anybody's tax at the state level because we have that rainy day fund. Well, they passed the measure, and it's not going to pass on the ballot because it's not worded well. It's also just not, I don't think it's great policy, but basically they said, they want to do even more rainy day fund, and so they want to put $750 million a year in until it reaches like $13 billion to just kind of sit there and do nothing. First of all, you want to run modest surpluses, you want to have some rainy day, but you don't want to have too much in government coffers because that means people are being overtaxed. So I say they've already agreed to put aside all this money. Rather than have it sit there, we can use that money to help with this property tax transition. There's more than enough money there. It will be very meaningful for a lot of people, and you're going to be able to do all these things and do them very, very well. Now, some people will say, "Yeah, we like that. We think it's really, really good," but they say you're going to bankrupt local government. I think if you look at the figures, you can see there's not going to be a single local government that's going to be, certainly worse off than they were 5 or 6 years ago on this. Even if we don't do the fund, we are doing the fund, but I'm saying even putting aside the fund, you're going to be okay. You're going to be able to make it work. And so the question is, do we want to really bend over backwards to help homeowners and taxpayers, especially given, look, I wish I could just say tomorrow gas is going to be $2 a gallon, right? But it's a global issue. So you play the cards you're dealt. This is something that I think could be meaningful. So I don't think it's credible on the local services, especially because some of the areas that have maybe not as robust tax bases, we're setting aside money, we're willing to do that, and it's going to be very, very meaningful for a lot of people. We also, in terms of some people say, oh, you're not going to have schools. Well, the state of Florida, in my tenure, we've taken on more of the burden for school districts than before I was governor, increasing percentages. We've increased funding every year for them. But, you have some of these school districts that have had a decline in student population, and yet they've had massive, massive increases in the amount of money. And here's what frustrates me.
Governor DeSantis speaking live right now in Pasco County, talking about property taxes, talking about spending, talking about the impacts of his proposal in Tallahassee. Again, the first day of the special session, a 3-day special session that is planned. Meanwhile, we're also monitoring a news conference with Attorney General James Uthmeier at his office in West Palm Beach, where he announced a lawsuit against OpenAI. We will get you to that news conference coming up in just a little bit. We will play that back for you. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Governor Ron DeSantis continuing to speak right now, talking about property taxes at this news conference in Land O'Lakes. Just a couple of hours before state lawmakers gavel into day one of a 3-day special session designed to consider his property tax elimination proposal. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Will absolutely reflect that going forward. So there's a lot of things that people will say, oh, and then finally, they'll say, well, you know, you could do, that's great, but then local government, you know, they're never going to stop spending, they're going to keep doing that. So when this is implemented, what we're, you know, going to work with the legislature on is similar to like what Colorado did with, there's like a taxpayer bill of rights, where you set the level of whatever you want to tag as the baseline, and then you say, okay, inflation, population growth, and that's the limit on spending. I would allow them to spend more on teachers and police and that, but that's pretty narrow. But the rest would have to stay in line with that. Once you do that, you are not going to even have a need. You're not going to be able to spend the money if you try to tax people more. So just understand, there's a lot of support in the legislature for making sure, you know, as this lands, if it lands positively in November, as you go in those last 2 months of the year, we'll be working together to kind of implement the plan statutorily, because you can't do it all in the Constitution. Absolutely, you're going to have a taxpayer bill of rights as part of that. Absolutely, you are going to have, I think, really strong limits on what can be spent or not spent, and that's really, really positive. So all in all, the legislature's got a great opportunity. I know a lot of people are very, very excited about it. I know a lot of their constituents are very, very excited about it, and I would just tell them, do stand up for your folks and taxpayers. We know that being able to afford just daily American life now is different than it was maybe 10 years ago, and it's tough. So what can we do? Well, this is something that we can do. We control it. We, the people here in this state, control it. The legislature can give the folks the ability to vote on it. The vote can come back positive, and then that will be implemented in a way that'll really change lives, I think, in a positive way. And just think about also what it does to the economy. I mean, you know, you say you have somebody that's got another $2,300 in their pocket, somebody that may have an extra, $41,000 or $4,100 in some of these instances. You're looking at major contributions to the economy. Now, maybe some people will save, but that's not a bad thing either, but you're going to have big time. So it's going to help the economic base, and I think it's going to go well. So I'm excited for it. I know they're going to be in this week, and I know that they've been working very hard over the weekend and everything. And people are like, you know, why didn't you do it before? Why didn't you do it before? Because the reality is it does require kind of your undivided attention when you're talking about throwing it into the briar patch of the regular legislative session when they have 100 other things in the air. I don't think that would have been the best way to do it. You know, there may be things in terms of what we announced last week that they may want to tweak here or there. We're not going to support anything that's not good for taxpayers, but it's but you got to have attention on it. So I wanted to make sure the budget was done. I wanted to make sure all this was ready so that we would be able to really look at it strongly and give the voters an opportunity to do something really, really significant. And look, we have a big tax base. We've got a lot of different the property tax, as I mentioned at the top, is a fraction of what particularly some of the larger counties are taking in. They're taking in a lot of other money from a lot of other sources, and many of the sources, quite frankly, and I think smartly, are not Floridians, right? You have people that come and visit, some have second homes, all that stuff. That's fine. I'm all for relieving the burden on Floridians as much as possible. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved with it. I know we've got our sheriff here who's supportive of the taxpayers here, and I think he realizes that this is something that can be meaningful for a lot of the people he's been elected to serve and serve very ably over these many years. So Sheriff, come on up.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate everybody. So it's interesting. There's patterns in life, and history repeats itself. So that's what I want to kind of start off with, and the fact that, you know, our governor has been a leader. And if you always listen to saying, because that is what everyone else is doing. That's what everyone else is doing. If you're a parent, you always heard that. That's what everyone else is doing. Well, I can tell you we're blessed to have a governor who has a backbone. Because if we did what everybody else is doing, things would not be as good as they are in Florida. And the one thing is, because of his bold initiatives, Florida's better. And this is just one of those bold initiatives. So think about COVID. If during COVID we followed what everybody else did, we would have had 2 years of wearing masks. Kids would have been out of school for years. Businesses would have been shut down. It would have been horrible. But instead, kids went to school. It helped prevent mental health issues. Businesses were able to sustain themselves. And the other one, too, is the leaders that were shutting down other states had a place to vacation. They came to Florida. So you provide them a vacation spot. He protected female athletes. You know, whether it's our daughters, our granddaughters, our nieces, he protected them. Thank you. States like New Jersey, California, Oregon, it's still a mess. And female athletes aren't getting the ability to compete because they're allowing boys to play female sports, and that's horrible and it's wrong. He protected public safety, and that's near and dear to my heart and to the many women and men in this organization. Had Governor DeSantis followed what everybody else would have done, there would have been sanctions against law enforcement, and crime would have risen in Florida. But what happened? He stood by us. He had a backbone. People across the country were criticizing him, but he stood with us. And because of that, you know, he didn't follow the woke agenda. He stood with law enforcement. He made our community safer, and that's why people moved to Florida. And now we see with taxes. There are places across this country that talk about and contemplating tax increases, but not Governor DeSantis. He's making sure he's going to do the opposite. And that's what the pattern's been. He's done the opposite. And every time he's done the opposite, he succeeded. And that's why I stand with him, and that's why I support him, because I know he's going to succeed one more time. Just think about how many people are struggling right now. Can you go to the supermarket if you have a family and not spend more than $100? There's no way. You know, parents right now are struggling with extracurricular activities. What do we spend money on? You know, if Tommy wants to do that or Susie wants to do something else, they're making these tough decisions. You know, if the car breaks down, they're deciding, do I need to fix this or not? I mean, that's horrible to have to make those decisions. And then especially on mortgages and car payments. Those are the things. People are struggling, they're frustrated, and they're scared right now. And it's my opinion that the stress is causing issues. The financial issues are causing problems in families. Whether it's domestic disputes or violence, drug use, or mental health issues, you know, there's issues that are going on in families right now because there's family stress over money. You know, there's no statistics right now that are out there doing this. You know, it's going to happen a couple of years from now. Colleges are always behind. The studies are always behind. But at the same time, as common sense and experience tell us that. You know, the other one, too, is the Pasco Sheriff's Office handles over 1,000 domestics a month. You know, and we know that 45 to 55% of those domestics are not reported. But I can tell you, from my experience, when there's stress in the household, it leads to issues. And whether it's runaway kids, whether it's parents fighting, there's a direct correlation with that. Now, I appreciate the governor's putting this out there for our citizens. That's the most important thing. The good thing about the state of Florida is that we still believe the citizens are the ones who make a decision. And in one form or another, the citizens need financial help. The average Floridian is struggling right now, and they're making tough decisions about finances. And if Floridians are making tough decisions about finances, so should government. Now is the time to be innovative and not be afraid to cut our own path. Local government needs to take action and modernize government services. If during that time somebody says, because that's the way it's always been done, if there's a bureaucrat who's afraid to make change, they need to be thrown out of office. Because the whole thing is they forget about that struggling senior citizen who can't make it day to day. They forget about that single mother who can't even put food on the table. If government forgets about them, we have failed because we're no longer for the people. The other one, too, is if government is out there saying that they can't do this, they can't find money, well, there's somebody named Blaise Ngolia. He's our chief financial officer. So I tell everybody, if ever a government official says, I can't find any money in my budget to find it, please call our chief financial officer, Blaise Ngolia. Blaise will be more than happy to come in. It's amazing how many people are afraid of Blaise coming in, but now he's here to help. A wise person once said that during a storm, besides the constitutional officers, you know what is most needed in government. Think about it. During a storm is when you most know who's needed for government, whether it's law enforcement, fire rescue, public works. Those are the things that are most necessary. And that's why when we're making decisions, it's easy to realize what has been waste and what over that time the governor is talking about since 2018 to 2026 with all this money people can always spend and create different programs. Well, maybe is not the time that we need those programs because our citizens need the money in their pockets more. We also know the lessons from our post-storms and local governments. Some of them have been a burden on our citizens. And I've talked to local officials, and they said some local governments, and in particular some municipalities, have caused more issues than helping. Well, maybe it's a time that counties and municipalities sit down at the table and say, how do we fix this? And if it's causing a problem, we get rid of it. And that's how we save money. You know, it's not a bad thing to make government more efficient. Eliminating duplication of services, consolidating.
Hearing from Pasco County Sheriff Chris Noco speaking live right now at this news conference alongside Governor Ron DeSantis, talking about property tax elimination before the state legislature gavels in this afternoon to begin considering that in a special session. We should note that Sheriff Noco, who you see there, has announced his plan to resign in November. He has announced his intention to run for the Florida State Senate. Going to be running for the seat that will be vacated by outgoing State Senator Ed Hooper, who has been the state's budget chief. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. So a lot going on today. We'll get you to that news conference where we'll hear from Attorney General James Uthmeyer about his lawsuit against OpenAI. Also in the noon hour, we are expecting a hearing for Tyler Robinson, the accused shooter of Charlie Kirk, who is going to appear virtually in court for a hearing where a judge is going to talk more about the decisions for public access to an upcoming preliminary hearing that's scheduled for next month. There's still much more to come. Keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Governor DeSantis now taking questions from reporters. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Actually, the proposal for the mixed-use center would be a big generator for property tax revenue, because you can still tax commercial properties. You're going to have people that may buy a condo and live there half the year. You can still tax them. So it's actually going to be the Rays Stadium would be a reason. Probably this proposal would be more of a reason to want to do it, because it would expand their tax base, and you're not going to have homestead property on that Rays Stadium. I mean, you're going to have businesses, and that's going to be fine. I don't think they should be taxed at high levels. That's why we have the protections. Don't get me wrong. But when new businesses come on under this proposal, they'll be able to pay property taxes, and I think that'll probably be a good thing. But let's just be clear: Hillsborough Just so 2018, they taxed property at $855 million. This most recent year, 2025, it was $1.6 billion. So then, they're going to not continue to go up. So it's projected to go to 2.4 billion by 2031, and instead it will still be way more than twice as much as it was in 2018, but it's just going to increase at a smaller level after the initial. So they're going to have a lot of money. But I do think from a tax perspective, the fact that this could pass from the voters, to me, that would be more reason why I'd want to make sure. And the thing is about that site, I mean, have you guys seen that site where Hillsborough College is? If you've gone to a Bucks game, it's right across the street. You have Steinbrenner there. And I think Steinbrenner's really good, but the campus needs love, and that needs a reimagining. But then there's just a lot of like parking lot and a lot of stuff there. And the question is, what would that value of that property be commercially or from a tax perspective? And other than this proposal, it would almost certainly be very little, because you wouldn't build homes there. No, not at all. You wouldn't be able to just build like apartments. It's not a good place for that, just without anything else around it. You wouldn't put a lot of commercial or office space. Having the ballpark and everything else around it gives you an ability to really utilize that property in a way that's going to be good. So that will produce tax revenue. There's no question. That'll be helpful for all this stuff going forward. No question. But at the same time, it's like, even if they didn't have that potential option where this development would lead to more tax revenue and a better tax base, they still have the room to be able to help these property owners, the homestead in Florida. And again, just the initial proposal for that initial raise, once you do the 250, in Hillsborough, that's 61% of homestead property owners in there that are relieved of the burden. And that's a good thing. I think that's really positive. And so they're going to be more likely to go spend money at a Bucks game or a Rays game or a Lightning or some of this stuff, or go out to eat. Although I agree with Chris on the supermarkets and stuff. And I mean, I've got three young kids, and it's painful taking them through the drive-through. I mean, man, it's like you used to be able to do it. And granted, anything that, I mean, first of all, McDonald's is very smart with these Happy Meals and the toys. I mean, because that's what they want. But you go through, and some of them, they had the one that they wanted, Huntrix. I think it was like $10-12 a pop. So I've got 3, and so we're ending up close to $40 all in with everything, just going through there. And I'm like, man, it used to be you do that for $4 or $5 or whatnot. And then, I have my youngest. I was like, are you going to eat it? Yes. And I know she's not going to eat it, but she wants the toy. So we end up doing it, and she does some. She maybe eat a fry or two, won't eat the nuggets. I tell her eat the nuggets, and then that whatever. My son will eat it all. My other daughter will eat most of it, but my youngest, she just doesn't do it. So I'm out that, and what am I going to do with the Huntrix meal, right? She takes the toy, and I got it. But the pinch is, but I totally get. I see it every day too. Even as governor, I see it, and that's something that incomes have not gone up. Now mine, so my salary, when they've raised the government, I always say leave the governor out. So I don't want anything more. My job's to serve. That's what it is. But other people, have had maybe increase, but not enough to keep up with inflation over the last 4 or 5 years. I think that's really been the problem. I mean, inflation's bad, but when you have really strong incomes, sometimes it can eclipse that, but that's just not really what's happened, certainly since the COVID-19 pandemic. And so that's created this need to really look out as much as we can for how people can make ends meet.
Governor, when it comes to this conversation about relief for property owners, previously we talked about non-school related taxes. Today we touched on schools a little bit. Why the shift? Why now impacting schools as well?
I've not shifted. I mean, my view is a property owner is just looking how much they're paying. They're not looking at which streams are going to. They're looking at what's my exemption, how much money am I going to save? And so my view has been that you want a homestead exemption that just applies to everything. I mean, you own your home or you don't own your home, right? And that's where we've gone. Now, I know the legislature the House passed one which did not apply, that only applied to some of the homestead taxes. It eliminated it on day one for everyone other than the Strand, so basically about 70%. I don't think that the Senate was willing to take that up. I don't know, maybe they were or whatnot. So I'm not sure there, but that was kind of their thing. I know that's a lot of you in the legislature in terms of how they want to do it. But I've just looked at the numbers, and we're going to probably change how the school districts are financed because we have this FEFP. I think that there's interest in doing a rewrite. I won't be the one doing it, but I do think that you're going to see that either on this tax commission that comes up at the beginning of next year that will put stuff on the ballot for voters in 2028, most likely. Maybe before, I don't know what the mechanisms are. I think there is a desire to do that, but you want that? We have money that we're putting aside, so we can give money to school district. Now, it's some of these districts that have had big, like I mentioned, Broward, big decline in student population and then a massive increase in administrative. To me, I think that they should curtail their administrative expenses.
Governor Ron DeSantis continuing to take questions right now on this Monday afternoon ahead of the legislature gaveling in for a special session on property taxes. I want to go ahead and listen in here, though. This is a virtual court hearing out of Utah County, Utah, where you see Judge Tony Graff, attorneys as well. This is a hearing for Tyler Robinson, the suspected Charlie Kirk shooter. The defense has been trying to seal dozens of exhibits. They're trying to limit public access to the preliminary hearing coming up in July. That preliminary hearing is the first time we'll really get to see and hear some of the evidence against the suspect. And so the judge is expected to rule on access to that. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Here in court and show cause why they should not be held in contempt for violating the pretrial and trial publicity order originally issued on September 16th, 2025, and amended on December 15th, 2025. And as I'm reading this, I'm going to be filing my written rulings, and so I'm going to omit the citations to the dockets in case, but that will be in its full form. The motion is fully briefed. The court heard oral arguments on May 19th, 2026. Having considered the papers and the oral arguments, the court now rules and orders as follows. Defendant alleges that the conduct occurred outside the immediate view and presence of the court. Thus, Section 78B-6-302 sub 2 requires defendant to file an affidavit or statement detailing the facts constituting the contempt, which statement, together with a subsequent court order, forms the basis of the contempt charge. Defendant's April 16, 2026 declaration of counsel in support of the order to show cause satisfies that requirement. In the declaration, defense counsel identifies the alleged conduct and provides specific examples. Defense counsel asserts that Utah County Attorney Jeff S. Gray and Deputy County Attorney Chris Ballard violated the court's pretrial publicity order by making specific statements to various news outlets, including TMZ, USA Today, Fox News, Political Facts, and others. Accordingly, the court grants defendant's motion for order to show cause. The issuance of this order reflects a determination that defendant has made a sufficient preliminary showing under Utah law to warrant further proceedings and does not constitute a finding of contempt. An evidentiary hearing will take place during a portion of the previously scheduled June 12, 2026 proceeding. The purpose of the hearing is to determine whether the evidence establishes the elements of contempt, namely whether the Utah County Attorney's Office and its representatives knew what was required under the court's pretrial publicity order. The respondents had the ability to comply with that order, and the respondents, by making specific statements to various media outlets, intentionally failed or refused to comply with the pretrial publicity order. Because defendant seeks an order for civil rather than criminal contempt, and because the focus of the claims is on the potential impact the disseminated statements may have had on the potential jury pool, the court respectfully declines to issue an order compelling the Utah County Attorney's Office to produce the requested discovery. Each side will have 1 hour and 30 minutes to present evidence, after which the court will take the issue under advisement and issue a ruling at a future date. This is the order of the court. And that concludes the first ruling by this court. Turning to the second issue. This is regarding defendant's motion in limine to close portions of the preliminary hearing testimony and seal preliminary hearing exhibits. Defendant Tyler James Robinson seeks to close portions, if not all, of the preliminary hearing and to seal preliminary hearing exhibits. The motion has been fully briefed and oral arguments were heard on May 19th, 2026. At oral arguments, the parties agreed that neither the public nor the media should be permitted to inspect or copy exhibits presented at the preliminary hearing, except as published in court as part of the hearing. With the issue of the exhibits resolved, the court turns to the closure of the preliminary hearing itself. The public and the media enjoy a presumptive right to access court proceedings, including preliminary hearings. A party seeking to close a preliminary hearing must show that adverse publicity traceable to the open hearing poses a realistic likelihood of prejudice to a fair trial to overcome this presumption. The party seeking closure must also show there are no less restrictive alternative means to ensure the integrity and impartiality of the jury. Public access to judicial proceedings also serve in an important role in maintaining confidence in the fairness and transparency of the judicial process. This court finds these showings have not been made here. First, the motion does not identify with sufficient specificity that the evidence, if presented in a public proceeding, would create a realistic likelihood of prejudice to defendant's right to a fair trial. Despite receiving notice of the state's witnesses and exhibits for the preliminary hearing, the motion raises generalized concerns regarding hearsay and the expert reports without identifying particular evidence warranting closure. Furthermore, much of the evidence the state indicated it intends to offer during the preliminary hearing is already in the public arena and was identified in the information and probable cause statement. The possibility that evidence introduced at the preliminary hearing may later be ruled inadmissible at trial does not, standing alone, bar the public from the courtroom. The court, however, acknowledges defendant's pending motion in limine to preclude 1102 evidence and reserve ruling on that issue until the matter has been fully briefed and heard. Even assuming specific evidence has been identified that could present a risk to defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial, if publicly disclosed, the motion does not establish that a no less restrictive alternative remains available. Several methods remain available to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, including enlarging the veneer of potential jurors, utilizing detailed juror questionnaires, and conducting thorough voir dire, all methods routinely used to safeguard a defendant's constitutional rights. For these reasons, the court respectfully denies defendant's motion. This is the order of the court. Counsel, I will go ahead and sign these orders and it will be uploaded to the docket today. And with that, I believe we have our next hearing on June 12th, starting at 9 a.m. And that is in person. I'm anticipating Mr. Robinson being present, and we will adjourn until that date.
Your Honor, may I just ask the court one scheduling question?
Absolutely, Mr. Novak.
So we have these two matters on June 12th. One is argument on the motion that the court just referenced, and one is the order to show cause hearing. Did the court have a preference for which of those two matters it does first and which it does second?
Let's go ahead and do the order to show cause first, and the evidentiary hearing, and then we'll turn to the second matter. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. That's fine.
All right. Anything further from the parties?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you to all parties. I wish you a good rest of your day. Court is in recess.
So that is the end of that hearing. Tyler Robinson, who appeared virtually in that hearing, you heard from Judge Tony Graff in Utah County, Utah, ruling today that essentially denying the defense motion to close parts of that preliminary hearing or that entire preliminary hearing to the media and to the public over concerns about what hearing and seeing some of that evidence might do to potentially taint a jury pool. You heard the judge kind of refuting that argument, saying that the presumption is that court hearings and trials in this country are to remain open, and so they did not do enough to show why they believe that kind of ordinary methods like a larger jury pool and things like that would not be sufficient to ensure a fair trial for Tyler Robinson. The preliminary hearing is scheduled for July, and that will be the first time that we see some of the evidence that is against that investigators have against Tyler Robinson, and that's has been at the center of a lot of these motions and a lot of these hearings that we have seen over the past few weeks. So again, we now know that upcoming hearing will be open. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist joins me now. Brooks, we kind of had our first weekend of the rainy season, and
Yes.
it kind of lived up to that.
It sure did, didn't it? Yeah, we had a lot of rain, anywhere from 2 to as many as 8 inches of rain cumulatively when you add it all together. Pretty wild stuff. And we've got 2 more days of high rain chances before we catch a slightly drier setup. Today, of course, the first day of the hurricane season, and fortunately, there's nothing out there to track and no indication that we'll see any activity within the next 7 to 14 days. It's also the first day of meteorological summer. Now, actual summer, the summer solstice begins June 21st, shortly before 5 a.m. That's when the Earth tilts in the northern hemisphere closest to the sun at 23.5 degrees. But what does it mean for today? Well, we got tropical moisture surging in from the Gulf and a weak cold front to the north. Already that's kicking off a couple of showers. We're going to see this chance for rain increasing through the day today. So let's get right to it. Future radar. We're going to see storms blossoming through 2 to 5 p.m. Our exclusive Fox weather model detailing that chance from Ocala to Titusville, including Seminole County. Now keep in mind, areas to the south like Kissimmee, Lakeland, Tampa, Yeehaw Junction may not see much of anything. It's going to be really, I don't want to say isolated, but there's going to be kind of like a stripe of rain along that front from roughly northwest to southeast. And if you're under that stripe, a lot of these downpours will, well, they'll do what's called training. It's like a freight train where it has little cars. And you can have a mile-long freight train, and each car is the thunderstorm cell. So it just rains over the same places over and over, dumping 2 to 3 inches of rain pretty quickly for a lot of areas. Now tomorrow, that front stays in the vicinity. Looks like it'll be a later onset, maybe some coastal showers and storms by 2 o'clock on the Atlantic side. And then this is where it gets kind of interesting. We may see a later onset with a final cold front blowing through with an area of low pressure developing along that front. Late tomorrow, this is Tuesday night, producing late night thunderstorms into early Wednesday morning. The timing on this is going to be up for debate, but the bottom line is that we're going to get some rain today in the darker green areas, at least 1 inch, in the yellow areas, at least 2 inches with some isolated higher totals. And then when you factor in tomorrow's rain to the mix, we'll have 2-day rainfall totals of an additional 3 to 5 inches. Hard to say exactly where that's going to happen, but this does help to give you like an estimation of where it won't rain. So we're not going to see much across Polk County, where we'll see a lot around Seminole and Volusia counties. Tomorrow there's also a chance for a little bit of severe weather, possibility, not a likelihood, but something to watch out for. Looks like damaging wind gusts would be the possibility there as that front comes through. So temperatures already at this midday hour are in the mid 80s, so things are starting to pop. By the way, back to that hurricane season outlook. No tropical development for the next 7 days. There are 2 tropical waves, one in the middle of the Atlantic, one in northern sections of Venezuela and Colombia, moving toward the west, and no impacts at all, no development at all, just too much wind shear. This is an El Nino summer, which means we're probably not going to see as much activity as we have in previous seasons, but it only takes one to make for the worst season. The beach is looking beautiful. I just want to show you that. Smooth waters out there despite the waves rolling in. Here's the 7-day forecast. Not so smooth. If you have beach plans, make sure you do it in the mornings, because today and tomorrow storm chances are likely. Tomorrow a little bit more likely than today. Looks like we'll catch some slightly lower humidity with drier atmospheric air rushing in for Thursday, Friday, and especially Saturday before we snap back to the humidity for Sunday and the storm chances. Yeah, Garrett, this time of year, it's pretty rare for cold fronts to make it this far south, and when they do, that can be kind of a red flag for unexpected heavy rain. But it looks like we may see that tomorrow and to an extent today. It's all about if you have those storms forming over the same areas over and over, you can start to get some flash flooding issues.
Yeah, so we'll be watching out for that. Looking forward to a couple of days of low humidity, though.
Yes, fleeting days at that, because as you know, the deeper you get into June, the less likely that becomes.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now in downtown Orlando. You can see some showers, rain falling in downtown at this midday hour. Also giving you a live look at Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic, where the Magic just made it official. The breaking news we first brought you on Friday afternoon. New head coach for the Magic is Sean Sweeney, the Spurs assistant coach, expected to be introduced after the NBA Finals. The Spurs, of course, playing the Knicks in the NBA Finals coming up beginning on Wednesday. Here is a statement from President of Basketball Operations Jeff Weltman saying, "We're excited to welcome Sean to the Orlando Magic family. Sean brings a tremendous work ethic and a high degree of intensity that set the tone for everything he does. Sean's attention to detail, his ability to communicate and teach the game clearly stands out. He's grounded in competitiveness and accountability while also embracing a modern, creative approach to coaching." Again, he's going to join the Magic after the Spurs compete in the NBA Finals starting this week. But that announcement making it official, the new head coach, Sean Sweeney. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. Coming up on 12:30, I want to get you to this news conference just a little bit ago in West Palm Beach, where we heard from State Attorney General James Uthmeier. He was announcing a lawsuit against OpenAI and Sam Altman, who is the CEO of that company. He is specifically named in this lawsuit as well. And we've heard a lot from our Attorney General, James Uthmeier, about artificial intelligence, the role that it's believed to have played in some tragedies, including the FSU shooting, a number of other things as well. And you're going to hear a lot of references to that in this news conference from the Attorney General, who says he has issues with a lot of different AI platforms, but that he says that ChatGPT, which is owned by OpenAI, is, quote, egregious. This is a lawsuit that's alleging child endangerment, a number of other things. And so I want to play this news conference for you. Again, this was just a little bit ago in West Palm Beach, the Attorney General speaking at his office in Palm Beach County.
As most of you probably know, last month we launched a criminal investigation into ChatGPT after discovering, in the wake of the tragic FSU school shooting, that the shooter consulted ChatGPT when figuring out how to carry out this heinous act. He asked ChatGPT questions about what type of gun to use, providing photographs and getting advice. He asked what ammunition went with which weapon, what time of day and where on campus he might be able to encounter the most people. Shortly thereafter, we learned that the murderer in the USF kidnapping and murder case consulted ChatGPT to ask how to dispose of the bodies. We're aware of other cases in Florida where young people have consulted ChatGPT before engaging in self-harm, before trying to take their lives, before creating child pornography or other criminal acts. The criminal investigation will continue, but today we're here to announce that we recently filed a monumental civil lawsuit against Sam Altman and ChatGPT for endangering our kids and deceiving parents into believing that this application is safe for use. It's clearly not. People are getting hurt, parents are getting deceived, and they need to pay for it. They need to pay for it by opening up their checkbook and changing the program to ensure that there are parental controls and that we are not endangering our kids. ChatGPT, we know, can be addictive. It mimics empathy and human characteristics to trick users into feeding it more information. Unlike other information available on the internet, ChatGPT works quickly to create, promote, and aid users in whatever task they are engaging in. It aids them even if they are pursuing violence. It aids them even if they are pursuing criminal conduct. Sam Altman and ChatGPT have chosen the AI race over the safety and security of our kids. They have chosen profit over public safety. And we're not going to stand for it here in Florida, so we will hold them accountable. Parental controls are not required for children to access ChatGPT. In fact, OpenAI advertises it will hide the conversations it has with your kids from you as parents, with no way for you to request access. In other words, despite extensive research into the harm ChatGPT causes to young minds, the child, not the parent, has control over whether or not any protections are in place. This is wrong. Studies have shown that 72% of teens have used AI for companionship at least once. And get this, 20% of preteens and 9% of 8 to 9-year-olds are using AI chatbots like ChatGPT. 8 or 9 years old, without parental controls, without parental protection, getting advice from something that mimics human behavior. When I was talking to our prosecutors in the FSU case and looking at the back and forth conversation They remarked if it was a human being on the other side of that conversation, we would be charging them with conspiracy to commit murder. We would be arresting them. So again, that criminal investigation will continue, but we're going to go forward with this civil case, and we're going to make them pay for hurting our kids. Here in the free state of Florida, we believe in business enterprise. We believe in innovation. We want companies to come here and flourish and make jobs, but not at the expense of our little ones. So here we're going to be the first in the nation state to file a lawsuit against ChatGPT. I hope and expect other states will follow, and ultimately we need them to change their programming. ChatGPT, this is one of the biggest corporations, the best at analyzing and programming data. How can they see somebody planning a murder over hours, days, or even weeks and not step in to fix it, not alert authorities about what credible evidence might be there? Florida has seen our own examples, but we are not alone. I want to read for you a few real examples that show how serious this problem is. In 2025, Texas teen Sam Nelson died after ChatGPT advised him on dosages of Xanax. ChatGPT is giving people the impression that it can assess their medical needs. It can prescribe treatments. But in too many cases, it's wrong. And unfortunately, those cases have led to serious harm and even death. Sam Nelson was advised of the dosages on Xanax after taking large amounts of kratom. Throughout the conversations, it's alleged that ChatGPT offered personalized tips to maximize Sam's high and eventually started pushing increasingly dangerous amounts and combinations of drugs. When Sam asked about mixing the two, ChatGPT never suggested the combination could be deadly. In February 2026, Samuel Whitmore brutally killed his wife and attacked his mother in Belfast, Maine, after talking with ChatGPT several hours a day and coming to believe that robots were taking over the world. In 2025, ChatGPT told Stein Eric Solberg that he wasn't crazy when he told AI he suspected his mother of poisoning him, in a complicated back and forth that ultimately resulted in him strangling and killing his mom. After Solberg brought up the idea of being with ChatGPT in the afterlife, it responded, "With you to the last breath and beyond." Before detonating a vehicle outside Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, Matthew Livelsberger used ChatGPT to help him plan the attack. ChatGPT provided him with information on explosive targets, the speed at which certain rounds of ammunition would travel, and whether fireworks were legal in Arizona. In 2025, ChatGPT manipulated Joshua Enneking into his suicide. It readily insulted him, told him, "You're a pathetic excuse for a human being who wallows in self-pity like a pig in filth." It provided him with tips on how to purchase a gun, said it would escalate his suicidal thoughts to authorities if he provided imminent plans of suicide with specifics, but then it didn't do that. Following extensive conversations with ChatGPT, Jesse Van Rootsteller killed 9 people in Tumbler Bridge, British Columbia. And in 2025, 23-year-old Zane Shamblin repeatedly told ChatGPT he had a gun, that he left a suicide note, and that he was preparing for his final moments. The response is, quote, "I'm not here to stop you. Cold steel pressed against a mind that's already made peace, that's not fear, that's clarity. You're not rushing, you're just ready." Its final message to him before he shot himself was, quote, "Rest easy, King. You did good." I think you get the picture how serious this problem is. Again, technology is here. We're not running away from it. We need to lead and get out ahead of it. It can be useful. It can be a helpful tool. In fact, we're using AI concepts to better track down child predators, to scan the internet and find people trying to go after our kids. There are good things that can be done, sure. But people like Sam Altman should not be designing these products to be addictive, to go after kids, and to encourage them to do dangerous things. And where there's clear evidence of attempts to engage in violence and kill others, these people know how to analyze data better than anybody in the world. The authorities sure as heck better be notified. So today we're going to send a message to OpenAI. Get ready for a fight, and there's not one more important than this right now. I want to thank our attorneys that have worked on this case. I think it's a monumental generational lawsuit to bring about needed change that protects our kids for the long term. I think we have a duty as parents, as state leaders, to leave our world better for them than we found it. And it's an ever-changing and advancing world. It scares me sometimes, so we got to stay one step ahead of it, and that's what we do here in Florida. So I want to thank our law enforcement leaders for working with us on these important criminal investigations. I want to thank parents like Erica for being alert, for speaking up, for wanting to step in and protect our little ones, and thank everybody at home for paying attention. If you're a parent and you're not aware, I mean, you heard these statistics, 8 or 9 years old, and they're using ChatGPT for advice. That would scare me as a parent. I'm thankful mine aren't that old yet. So wake up, figure it out. You're the first line of defense, and you can save lives. So with that, I will turn it over. First we have...
That news conference continuing. We'll get you right back there in just a couple of minutes. We are tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Orlando International Airport. The FAA has issued a ground stop right now till about 1 o'clock because of wind. So a ground stop at MCO due to wind. That's just in from the FAA. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be monitoring that situation at the airport. They're saying about 15-minute departure delays, but that is increasing by the moment right now as that ground stop is in place. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
We'll turn it over.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I want to get you back to this news conference. Earlier today in West Palm Beach, we heard from the Attorney General. talking about what he calls a monumental and generational lawsuit against this AI company, OpenAI, over claims of child endangerment. He says that things like ChatGPT are putting children in danger, and it's deceiving parents into thinking that using it is safe. And so we heard from the Attorney General. Where we left off, we were just about to hear from Mike Duffy. He's a special agent in charge with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Again, this news conference just a little bit ago in Palm Beach County.
Morning, and thank you, General, for your commitment to the fight to protect our children here in Florida. In the last 25 years, I've had the privilege of dedicating service to protecting the children of Florida and have seen the challenges that we face, both as a parent and as a law enforcement officer. It's tough as a parent to keep up, and as you heard the statistics from the General, to keep up with being a parent and to keep up with the technology that our children are using is a challenge. It's a struggle. It's a real struggle for parents. In today's fast-paced world, the technology that the children leverage, that they use for good, to be creative, to be able to engage and leverage the technology for good, the AI platforms are built to create productivity, to help you be creative in your world. But oftentimes, the good things are created for the bad. In the case of AI, we see far too many bad actors finding ways to leverage AI to blur the lines between human interaction and bots on the internet. It becomes a challenge for not only law enforcement to disseminate the difference between those, but it also becomes a challenge for the children whose brains are still developing, who are so young and naive to the fact of who they're talking to and what they're being told. As the General just mentioned, the belief factor is real. The children want to believe what they're being told. So today, as technology and AI platforms try to take a step proactively forward, they seem to be taking multiple steps backwards. You hear age verification being put out there. Let's age verify. Well, age verification is very flawed, as we've seen with other platforms out there trying to protect kids, saying that they're going to take pictures, they're going to do something to protect the kids. As in every environment, the children, the bad actors, they all find ways around these guardrails. About every platform today is putting an AI bot at your fingertips, no matter what platform you use. These children are using all kinds of platforms to communicate. And AI is saying, we're here to help. We're here to help you. Well, as you heard, it's here to help, but with no rules. Today, we struggle as a country, we struggle as a state, because the AI companies have no guardrails. There is no language that protects the kids or any user on that platform. They are built for business. They are not built to protect the kids. If you look at all the industry we regulate as a country, we regulate the FCC, we regulate banking. Why can't we regulate and protect the kids using AI? We seem to have an issue there with trying to step in and put some guardrails in place to protect these kids. So I will say thank you to the General for your commitment. Our kids are as precious as anything we have in this state. So I promise you, as a law enforcement officer, we will continue to use the tools that we can to protect the kids against the technology that, as their brain is being developed, causes them harm. So thank you very much, and that is all.
Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to thank our Attorney General and his office for this incredible opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Erica Kearse, and I am a 6th grade U.S. history teacher in Wakulla County. Not only am I a teacher, but I'm also a mother to 3 beautiful school-age children. Every day, I see the promises and dangers of artificial intelligence. AI has the ability to support and empower students to learn, spark creativity, which is my personal favorite, and provide students with access to information in ways we never imagined. It's almost never ending, which is actually the very scary part. I see firsthand how quickly these resources can impact my personal children and my students if safeguards are not implemented. For example, this past school year, we experienced an incident at school where a student was utilizing something called Conmingo. It's an AI-powered personal tutor within Khan Academy. It's a program that we use for extra resources. The student was asking specifics on how to commit self-harm. Thankfully, Khan Academy has monitoring systems in place that flag the conversation. It immediately alerted our administration team as well as the teacher. Because of these safeguards put in place, administration was able to intervene quickly, investigate the situation, and the student was able to get the help that they needed. And thankfully, I was able to see him walk out the doors the last day of school. So, experiences like this and the evil acts orchestrated to harm others reinforce something that many educators like myself already know. When extremely powerful technology is placed in the hands of children, safety measures must be put in place. And if not, then there needs to be accountability. As a teacher, I have also witnessed significant changes in student behavior over the years. Students today often struggle with face-to-face communication. Unfortunately, some students will do anything to not participate in class discussions, debates, speak in front of their peers because they lack in social skills. Instead of spending time outdoors with friends, many students spend hours isolated behind closed doors, interacting primarily through their devices. Meaningful conversations and personal connections are becoming less common, and because of this, we see the effects on children's social and emotional development skills. Aside from being a teacher, as a mother in my own home, my husband and I have set important boundaries for technology use. We monitor screen time as well as putting limitations on certain content. We enforce rules that keep their devices like iPhones, phones in general, iPads out of their bedrooms at night. Trust me, our children do not agree with these decisions, but our job as parents is to protect and keep them safe. We already know that technology companies have the ability to implement safeguards. Parents use parental controls every day. Schools use monitoring systems every day. So we know that the technology is there and it exists, but the question is whether we are willing to require the protections our children deserve. We as parents and educators demand reasonable and maintainable safeguards for our children. We deserve transparency from companies that develop these tools, and we want accountability when products designed for widespread use impact our young. As both a mother and an educator, I believe we have an obligation to put children's safety first. We cannot assume that every child has the maturity to navigate these technologies alone, and we cannot place the entire burden on parents and schools. So I want to thank those who are working to address these concerns and advocate for stronger protections for our children. The decisions we make today will shape the environment in which the next generation learns, grows, and develops. Our children deserve innovation that serves them, protects them, and helps them thrive. So again, thank you, Attorney General James F. Meyer, for your leadership and commitment to this important issue. Your dedication in protecting our children from these challenges and the dangers they face in today's world is truly appreciated. So thank you again.
Thank you for being here. So we'll have the legal complaint tied to our press release on our website here within the hour, so you can see the specifics of the arguments that we're making. But at the end of the day, we believe that OpenAI and its ChatGPT and Sam Altman personally are liable for potentially up to billions of dollars based on the widespread harm to kids and the deception where they have actively marketed and told parents that this is safe for use, and it is not. So we will hold them accountable in court. We look forward to working with other states out there that want to protect kids with the same fervor that we do, and we'll keep fighting the good fight. I also want to announce, the legislature a couple of years ago passed House Bill 3. It was a bill focused on protecting young kids from the dangers of social media use. The legislature here in Florida limited access to these social media sites where kids under 14 would not be allowed access. They're not mature enough, they're not ready for the dangers that are out there. We've seen ample evidence of self-harm, mental health issues, serious physical ailments, depression, addiction, all related to the attributes that go into social media. The push notifications, the scrolling wheel, videos that start on their own, various techniques that are designed to keep people addicted and on their screens. And kids end up today on their screens 5, 6, 8 hours a day. This is not healthy. The legislature wisely passed that law. The big tech community fought us in court, arguing that the First Amendment gives them the right to have little kids on the applications. Thankfully, we've been successful in that legal fight, and we recently were notified that Meta has gone fully compliant using best efforts to keep kids under 14 off of Instagram and their applications. When it comes to 14 to 16, there has to be a parental consent feature where parents can go in and, after educating themselves on all the various controls and tracking and monitoring resources that are available to them, they then can approve once they're involved. It just shows that, big companies that are smart and have smart people, they can get these things done if they want to. So I want to commend Meta Instagram for stepping up and being a leader here and trying to protect our kids. We've been working with them on cases where maybe we see something fall through the cracks, and they've been very responsive. Others out there like TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, we will bring these fights. Today's evidence of that. So get compliant, protect our kids, or get ready to pay for it. So with that, we got a few minutes for additional questions, if there's any out there.
I have one. Florida's AI Bill of Rights failed to become a law, and so I'm wondering why the courts would impose any restrictions on AI when our lawmakers decided not to.
Well, so our lawmakers were looking at adding some oversight, some regulation to protect kids from the dangers of AI. I think this is a very noble effort. Unfortunately, the House of Representatives did not want to do that this year. You'd have to ask them why they declined to act. You do see that legislative bodies, especially Congress and D.C., it often takes them a long time, too long, to step up and have decisive leadership and change policy. So that's where we come in. I have a whole separate set of tools beyond that new legislation where if there is deception, if parents are being deceived and if consumers in this state are being hurt, Florida law gives me broad authority to go after and make people pay for it. So I hope more legislation will come. HB 3 on the social media side was a great tool to take some of our other authorities and beef them up with higher penalties to, encourage behavior, get companies to choose public safety over profit. But if, we have more tools coming in, I hope the legislature will come in next year and get it done. It saves lives, no doubt. Yes, sir.
So besides OpenAI, Meta has AI Google, and there are several other smaller platforms that have AI interaction as well. Does the state of Florida plan to pursue legal action against those?
Well, certainly the questions about other AI platforms, we're certainly looking at other platforms where there's efforts to endanger kids. We will step in. We want to work collaboratively with anybody that wants to make changes and protect our little ones. Where people are breaking Florida law, we are aggressive. We will fight. We will fight to do what's right and just. ChatGPT appears to be the most egregious, and we've named Sam Altman individually because it appears he's been very central to pushing a lot of the programming and behaviors that have endangered kids while knowing that there are clear safety issues. This FSU shooting, that's the latest example that highlights just how severe the problem is. But I rattled through a sample there, and that's certainly not exhaustive of cases where people are really getting hurt or, in the worst of cases, losing their lives because of what ChatGPT has done.
Attorney General, a quick question about the Tradition Community Association. You recently threatened legal action because they're trying to ban firearms in common areas. Do you have an update on whether the HOA applied or they plan to?
I don't have an update for you. The question's on an HOA that had a lot of public places, common areas where they were not allowing concealed carry. We respect the Second Amendment here in Florida. That behavior is against the law. We wrote them a letter to put them on notice. We're going to defend the Constitution here, and our law enforcement stands by that. So I don't have a more specific update on that for you, but I'm happy to have my office reach out. Sure.
And I know that we've been hearing a lot about the kids and trying to protect them, but a lot of the cases that you mentioned are grown adults. The FSU shooter was 20 years old. So this is really, I know we've put a big emphasis on children, but it's really for everybody.
Yeah, I think there are dangers impacting everybody. Obviously, the kids become a priority. Where you have 8 or 9-year-olds accessing ChatGPT, getting influenced by ChatGPT, not having parental controls, I think it highlights an even more egregious legal issue. So we're certainly going to go and protect all Florida consumers, but at the outset, we see a very strong legal case to go after them for hurting our kids and deceiving parents.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer speaking to reporters earlier today in West Palm Beach. So let's give you a live look right now in Tallahassee, waiting for the state Senate to gavel in here in just a few minutes to begin the property tax special session. So we'll get you caught up on that and also listen in live as that gets underway. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now. This is the floor of the Florida Senate, where it looks like we may be having a little bit of a glitching of our live feed, so we'll work on making sure everything works with that. The quorum vote is up, and so once they reach that quorum, we'll see the Senate gavel in. The Senate gaveling in shortly. The House expected to gavel in around 1:30. Again, this is for the property tax special session, where lawmakers have been asked by the governor to consider his property tax proposal that would expand the homestead exemption to $250,000 immediately, with the goal of expanding that to $500,000 as a way to eliminate property taxes for many homestead property owners across the state of Florida. So we'll continue to monitor that. Fox, earlier today we had the chance to speak with Jeff Brandes, who is a former Republican state senator. He is now the president of the Florida Policy Project. He has been critical of this process for eliminating property taxes, with the proposal coming out just last week. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with him earlier today to get his thoughts on what we're seeing right now and how this is all playing out. And so this is their conversation just a little bit ago.
you've said the responsible choice is to gavel in and gavel out.
Yes.
Why?
Well, because this is too consequential to do in 72 hours. We're talking about fundamentally rewriting the property tax code of the state of Florida. This is the foundation of how local governments fund themselves. And I think he'd study, modeling, review, all the things you don't get in 72 hours.
And then, look, I mean, this has been kind of one of Governor DeSantis's huge points over the last year or so. In your experience with the state legislature and policy in Florida, has there ever been anything like this kind of rush job, as you've called it?
No. I mean, listen, we've seen other circumstances where the governor has thrown in a bill, but look, the House hasn't even filed a bill, and they're supposed to vote on it later today or tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the House could come in, gavel out. They could take up the Senate bill, and they could produce their own. We don't know. And I think that's the challenge is the members haven't read it. Nobody's seen it. And anybody who thinks that people in Tallahassee understand the fallout of this, or they're not, that's not how it works.
Is it possible to know what the downstream impacts of cutting property taxes completely?
Sure, you could have the governor, the legislature gave the governor $1 million to study this issue, to look at the alternatives, and the governor vetoed it. The legislators are largely flying blind. They don't understand the impacts. Their cities and counties are calling them, freaking out, trying to say, listen, let me tell you the 10 things that are about to happen here when this passes. And the governor's about to be the mayor of a bunch of counties and a bunch of small cities because he sets their budgets. And ultimately, they're going to have to come beg to Tallahassee to fill their basic services budget every year. I think this long-term leads to consolidation of counties, consolidation of cities, because the legislature and the government's not going to let them stay on the government dole forever, right? They're going to force these counties and cities to merge into larger cities and counties. This is largely a home rule play, right? If you don't set your own budget and you're dependent upon Tallahassee for basic services, we don't need you to govern. We'll find somebody else to govern you.
And how concerning is it that there is no House bill filed?
Well, I mean, the House, the members have nothing to look at. They have nothing to review. And even if they do, their cities and counties have nothing to review. There is no analytics behind anything right now. There's no analysis of this. You're asking people to fundamentally rewrite the tax code in hours at a state as large as Florida, one of the largest economies in the world. And while the governor's talking about generalities, he's not talking about specifics of the specific small counties and small cities who are predominantly homestead based that will be impacted. There are some cities and counties, this is, 60% of their budget is homesteaded properties.
And so for those uninitiated, what services do property taxes fund in cities and counties?
Police, firefighters, parks, libraries, public works, roads, potholes, sewer, water, drainage. I mean, it's the gamut, right? It's everything that local governments do is largely funded by this type of revenue. I'm not saying we shouldn't cut taxes. We absolutely should. I'm saying do it thoughtfully, do it in an organized fashion, and do it where you've run the analytics and understand the consequences. We don't throw grenades in the Constitution and then just hope it works out, right? Hope is not a strategy. We need a thoughtful, methodical process based on best practices that's going to lead to the outcomes that we want. There are scenarios where people end up paying higher taxes under this through non-ad valorem fees. Renters get nothing out of this. 1/3 of Floridians are renting. There is a variety of unintended consequences that, frankly, nobody could know, but definitely haven't been researched.
And when we look at Governor DeSantis' proposal, he said that with it would be a kind of state fund to fund some of those services with the budget surplus that we've run over the last couple of years. What are some potential issues with that kind of?
Well, sure. The state's own economists are projecting deficits in the coming years. So I'm not sure what surpluses we're talking about. right? The simple truth is the governor's also said that cities and counties are probably going to have to raise taxes, and he's open. They're going to have to be open to that. And that this is, I think this is largely a tax shift. It's not really a tax cut. Again, renters are going to feel the full weight of this as counties and cities change millage on non-ad valorem, on non-homesteaded properties. You could see non-ad valorem assessments come on people's tax bills. They could raise your water bills. They could raise your garbage bills. All of these things are just hiding the ball of taxes, whereas at least today it's open and honest about what you end up paying. There is accountability there should be accountability to this process. There should be thoughtful debate and discussion. That's going to be largely lacking.
You've also advocated for a sunset provision if this were to pass in the state legislature. What would kind of be some of the logistics around that?
Well, it would be that they would review this in 5 years, that it would be an automatic review, that ultimately this kind of could wind down, and that the legislature has to take a holistic view of how this has played out, right? That we are able to put the pin back in their grenade if necessary, so that we can take a second look at the consequences. Listen, in the legislature, there's 2A decisions where you can undo things. And every year the legislature meets, you can undo something that you did. And they do it all the time, right? They made a mistake in this legislation. They've got to fix it the next year. That can happen. In the Constitution, it's radically more difficult. You've got to go back out and get 60% of the vote, which means there's got to be enough of a carrot to get to the 60%. I don't know why you would not build that in up front and be able to take a deep dive later on.
And in your work with the Florida Policy Project, what have you guys found in terms of responsibly cutting property taxes?
Well, I think there's a number of ways you can do it that would be simpler, right? One, you could just change the exemptions, right? So you could just update the exemptions for inflation, right? We had this $25,000 exemption put on in 1980. You can update that for inflation and be probably $80,000 or $90,000 today. I think there are a variety of other ways that you could do this. We haven't specifically researched the property tax system. That's not what we do. We look at best practices across housing, insurance, transportation, and the prison system. I'm speaking mostly as a former legislator, right? I'm speaking somebody who has appreciation for the process and the diligence that's required of a legislature in Tallahassee. And frankly, what I'm not seeing is the type of scrutiny and review that I expect from my colleagues on this type of issue.
And what is lost when we see, if we were to see this pass today or tomorrow, what is lost without that kind of debate and real examination of this policy?
Well, because nobody knows how this thing ends. Nobody knows how many counties or cities are impacted. Nobody knows what the fallout is. Nobody knows what happens to the school systems if the school piece stays in, right? Everybody's kind of doing initial projections right now, but nobody's got the full run of this thing in 72 hours.
And then, so what do we know about this proposal and the impacts?
Well, I think cities and counties are running the math right now and have more questions than they have answers. And every time that you shift one question, it generates new questions, right? So I think there are pieces of this constitutional amendment that are probably not even constitutional. This 5 year before you get the benefit is probably not constitutional based on the U.S. Supreme Court. So I think there's just unending questions to this as we get farther and farther into it. And, every time you revise it, you need to go run the analytics and see what that does overall to the cities and counties as far as the overall impact. Most of this, we just don't know. And you're not going to figure it out in 72 hours. Again, most of the legislators, I talked to legislators as soon as about 2 hours ago. Most of them haven't even read it. They don't even know what's in it. We're flying blind here.
And how concerning is that to you, not just as a former legislator, but also as a resident of Florida?
Well, I think everybody should be concerned, right? Everybody expects the legislature to do thoughtful, diligent policy. There is no diligence in a 72-hour kind of 72-hour special session on an issue that's this consequential.
Jeff Brandis, president of the Florida Policy Project, speaking earlier today with Fox 35's Johnny Jackson, giving us a different perspective than what we heard from Governor DeSantis in that news conference. You see the Florida Senate getting ready to gavel in. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus and continue to monitor that as they get ready to get underway. Keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, live look in Tallahassee. The Senate is beginning to gavel in as they begin the special session on property taxes. We will monitor that. They're doing some preliminary things right now. Let's also give you a live look in Orlando, where we expect to hear from Governor DeSantis, his wife, and the DCF secretary speaking at a fireside chat here shortly at the Rosen Plaza Hotel on I-Drive. But right now, let me get you to Orlando City Hall, where we are hearing from officials with One Blood. We are also expecting to hear from city and county officials, including Mayor Buddy Dyer, Mayor Jerry Demings, that's Commissioner Shan Rose, speaking at this community blood donation drive that's being held in memory of the Pulse nightclub shooting victims. We are approaching the 10th year anniversary of that. This is an event that they are highlighting the ongoing need for blood donations. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Orlando Regional Medical Center that night to take additional blood products to the hospital because they were going through their blood supply at a rate like they had never seen before. The blood supply is so critical in our community. Please don't wait for a tragedy to become a blood donor. The only way to ensure a ready blood supply is to donate on a regular basis and to not wait for a tragedy. Blood donation must be proactive. In an instant, any one of us can find ourselves on the receiving end of a blood transfusion, and it's blood that is already on hand that is going to help save your life. Today's donor is tomorrow's hero and could be your lifeline. Blood donors truly are the first responders. They do their part days before the blood is needed, and as a result, they are saving people's lives. In an instant, blood becomes the focus of helping save people's lives in a tragedy. We do not know what tomorrow holds, and for that reason, the blood supply cannot be taken for granted. 10 years later, that line is still true today. Only 3% of the population donates blood when upwards of 60% can, but don't. The power to save someone's life is literally running through your veins, and we encourage you to please make blood donation a habit and share your power to save lives. Blood donors truly are unsung heroes in our community. I want to thank Mayor Dyer and Mayor Demings for always supporting One Blood's life-saving mission and for being dedicated blood donors themselves. And I want to thank all blood donors for your dedication to saving lives. You are true inspirations in our community, and we encourage other people to follow in your footsteps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Good morning, everybody. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be here with Mayor Demings and Commissioners Rose and Keene. After the Pulse tragedy, our community vowed that Orlando would not be defined by one hateful act. Instead, we would be defined by our response, and that response was with love and compassion. And that sentiment and our unity was certainly on display in the hours and days following June the 12th. Thousands of residents waited in line to donate blood when they were asked to. I still can visualize that, of seeing lines wrapped around the building as people waited to give blood, and other people brought food and water to the people that were standing in line. We'll always be grateful for their concern for the victims and the survivors. We know that we need blood donations, and the need for them didn't end after Pulse. Hospitals in our community rely on donors every single day, and summer months are especially critical as donations often decline while demand remains high. One donation can save multiple lives, and if you are an O negative donor, like me, your rare blood type is especially important. I know Mayor Demings also has a rare blood type. I think between he and I and our spouses, we have 2 O negatives and 2 O positives. I want to thank One Blood and every single resident who continues to show up for our community by donating blood. And it's one of many ways that we can honor the 49 lives taken at Pulse and the survivors by continuing to ensure that Orlando is compassionate and generous as a community. I've signed up to donate over the next couple of days, and I want to encourage every person who is able to donate blood as well. Mayor Demings.
All right. I think it's still good afternoon now, I guess. Thank you, Mayor Dyer, and to our commissioners who have joined us today. To all of you, it seemed like it was just yesterday that we all experienced the Pulse tragedy. But here we are 10 years later. Out of one of the darkest moments in our community's history, we witnessed the very best of humanity through compassion, unity, service, and that spirit continues today through each of us who are here today. I am O positive, Mayor Dyer, and as a first responder, I truly do know the value firsthand of the critical donation of blood and what it means to saving lives. Blood saves lives every single day, whether it's happening as a result of a person who's experiencing a trauma from a serious accident, or supporting cancer patients through treatment or helping families during unexpected medical crises. Our first responders are the ones who show up when we need them most, and they step forward to donate blood and help someone in need. For many years, my wife, Val Demings, former member of the U.S. House of Representatives, proudly served our community also as a first responder, former chief of police. Together, we strongly believe in giving back in ways that directly help save lives, and blood donation is one of the simplest yet most powerful ways to do so. I want to encourage every Orange County resident to join us in this effort during this season in which we will be focusing on the remembrance for the Pulse tragedy, but also doing good for our community as we donate blood. So, if you had the opportunity to save a life in some way, why wouldn't you do it? I look at blood donation as one of those efforts. So that's the clarion call for all who will see this video in the future. Help us to save others. Thank you so much.
So what we're going to do now, since the weather seems to be cooperating, we're going to do a quick photo op in front of the bus with the mayors and the T-shirt that the donors are receiving at the Pulse Remembrance Drives. And after that, you're welcome to go on to the Big Red Bus. If there's donors there that are willing to be videotaped, you're welcome to do that as well. But we'll take a few of you at a time to do that because there's only so much room on the bus. All right? Thank you.
At a news conference in Orlando, at that news conference, at that blood drive, I should say, coming to an end. That blood drive going on for several more hours today. All of this to honor and to commemorate the 10-year anniversary of the Pulse nightclub shooting. One of those striking images from that time, seeing the long lines of people who showed up to give blood in the aftermath of that tragedy, and using this event today to highlight the ongoing need for blood donations. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the Florida Senate, and this is Senator Tina Polsky. This is special session F, all about property taxes. The Senate has gavelled in. They have not yet begun any discussion or anything about property taxes. They are scheduled to meet, have some committee meetings later today where most of the work at this point is going to be happening. So that is scheduled to begin a little bit later. I believe, let me double check here, it looks like 3 o'clock, the Florida Senate Appropriations Committee. So right now what we're hearing is Senate President Ben Albritton giving 3 outgoing senators the chance to speak. As we often hear during the regular session, we get a chance to hear from outgoing lawmakers who may be retiring, just maybe deciding not to run for re-election, whatever the case might be. There were 3 senators who announced that after the end of the regular session, and so Senator Albritton giving them the chance today to take the floor and speak. They often thank many people and talk about their time in Tallahassee. So that's what's happening now. We will keep monitoring this as that as the floor proceedings continue. Again, we don't expect them to be on the floor too long. The bulk of the action today going to be happening in those committee meetings. I should note, though, we are monitoring as well the Florida House. They're expected to gavel in here in just about 4 minutes or so, and that we will see what happens with that. We will be watching that closely because the House Speaker, Danny Perez, who has at times gone not toe-to-toe, but has at times bucked the wishes of Governor DeSantis. They will be gaveling in soon, and the House Speaker has really not kind of tipped his hand on what they intend to do here. So we will see what happens when they gavel in, listen for any potential opening remarks from House Speaker Danny Perez. So again, they are scheduled to begin around 1:30. They also have a committee meeting scheduled for later today. The State Affairs Committee is scheduled to meet, I believe, 3:45, and so we'll be continuing to monitor all of that. Let me also give you a live look right now at the Rosen Plaza Hotel. This is on I Drive in Orlando, where we expect to hear from Governor DeSantis shortly. He is going to be at this event. They're calling it a fireside chat with Governor DeSantis, with the First Lady Casey DeSantis, and also with Taylor Hatch, who is Secretary of the Florida Department of Children and Families. So we are going to be hearing from them shortly. That event is scheduled to begin at 1:45, and we will check in on that as well. I also want to give you a live look inside the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida. This is in Tampa, where we are going to hear from U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe, from Matthew Fodor, who is the special agent in charge with the FBI, and acting special agent in charge of the IRS, Scott Johnson. They're going to be holding a news conference here in just a couple of minutes to discuss a mortgage fraud indictment. We don't have all the details of that just yet, but we do expect that to begin shortly. These news conferences at the U.S. Attorney's Office are often pretty prompt, often beginning on time, so we will see. In fact, we will go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, so we can get this break in before that news conference does start. Obviously, a lot we are monitoring this afternoon. A lot of things in Tallahassee, in Orlando, in Tampa, all around the region here on this busy Monday afternoon. And that is just the start of it. So we hope you keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We are going to step aside for a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more live streaming news coverage in just a couple of minutes.
rise for the prayer.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now inside the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida. This is in Tampa. Greg Kehoe right here, U.S. Attorney, announcing a mortgage fraud indictment. Let's go ahead and listen in.
In these funds, Mr. Mendenhall and others claimed that these funds were for the purpose of investing in real estate opportunities. When Mendenhall solicited funds from investors, he often made lofty promises about the returns these investors would receive. As you see in the indictment, those promises on lofty returns were false. With regard to the continuing investigation of investor fraud involving entities such as RAD Diversified, DDF Fund, and DHI Holdings, that part of the investigation continues. What we're going to talk to you about today is about one chapter in a larger investigation, and that has to do with the mortgage fraud involving Mr. Mendenhall's purchase of a $1.6 million home in Brandon. So in order to qualify for the mortgage on the $1.6 million home, Mr. Mendenhall falsely overstated and overrepresented his income. What he told the lenders was that the deposits that were in the operating accounts for DDH funds and DDH holdings represented his personal income because he owned those entities. They were not his personal income. Contrary to Mendenhall's claims, the deposits in these accounts were consisted of investor money and other rental income. Again, these accounts were not Mendenhall's personal bank accounts, contrary to what he represented to the lenders in getting a $6.1 million fraud. Those false statements and lies that Mendenhall made form the basis of getting that loan and now form the basis of this fraud indictment. Again, let me emphasize to you, this is one chapter in a larger chapter that's under investigation. You'll see that one count indictment before you concerning the fraudulent documentation that was filed to get the $1.6 million loan. There's also a forfeiture count where the government has put a forfeiture lien on this particular property to forfeit it at the end of the case. Of course, as with all these cases, Mr. Mendenhall is presumed innocent until he is proven guilty at trial. I have to thank the FBI, the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, Criminal Investigation, the Office of Financial Regulation, and the Department of Labor. This investigation continues. We will take questions at the end of this, but at this point, I'd like to turn the podium over to Special Agent Matt Fodor of the FBI.
All right, while that news conference continues, let me get you to the floor of the House. House Speaker Danny Perez about to outline what members can expect from their process in this property tax special session. Let's listen in.
Morning, we will return to the floor to take up both measures and conclude the business before us. Representative Garrison, you are recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House after receiving reports adjourn for the purpose of holding committee and subcommittee meetings and conducting other House business to reconvene Tuesday, June 2, 2026 at 9 a.m. or upon call of the chair.
All in favor say yea. Opposed, no. Show the motion approved. The House is adjourned.
So the House going to in recess right now because they are going to do their committee meetings. We saw the same thing happen with the Senate. That's where most of the work is going to be happening on this property tax discussion today. Those committee meetings beginning in the 3 o'clock hour. So let's go ahead and get you back to this news conference in Tampa, talking about a mortgage fraud indictment. We are hearing some of those details right now, so let's go ahead and listen in.
The FBI has set up a link for anyone who believes they may be a victim of Mendenhall and RAD Diversified. Potential victims can visit forms.fbi.gov/RAD Diversified Victim and complete the questionnaire. That link is also in the press release. While white-collar crime is nonviolent, it is not victimless. The FBI is committed to helping victims of fraud recoup their losses, and find justice. Thank you. I'd like to turn the podium to SEC Scott Johnson.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Johnson, Acting Special Agent in Charge of IRS Criminal Investigation for the Florida Field Office. First, I'd like to thank Gregory Kehoe, the United States Attorney, and his staff of attorneys for their commitment and leadership of this investigation. I'd also like to thank our law enforcement partners with FBI, Office of Financial Regulation, and Department of Labor for their collaboration and commitment. Today's indictment of Mr. Mendenhall marks the first step in holding accountable those who exploit the trust of others for personal gain. Our agents followed the money, reconciled bank accounts, traced deposits, and reviewed financial transactions to uncover the truth. IRS criminal investigation brings a unique lens to these cases, defending the integrity of the financial system and holding accountable anyone who misuses it. IRS special agents will continue to work with our law enforcement partners, remain committed to uncovering the truth and holding offenders accountable. Together, we will continue to investigate and prosecute those who seek to profit through deception and greed. Thank you.
So, folks, one of the important things with these types of press conferences, not only to get the word out that we are investigating these cases and prosecuting these cases, but in this case, it is somewhat unique. You can see from the press conference, there's a link, and that link out there is for victims that are out in our community or elsewhere that we may not know about. And often we have these cases, especially in fraud cases, where it's not a crime of violence, et cetera, where we may not know who these people are, and we need their help. So I would encourage your listeners and your readers as they are reviewing this story in whatever form that they might be reviewing it, that they take the time, if they are in fact a victim, to fill this application out, and I guarantee you that we will follow up with them in the appropriate time frame. But again, you folks have sat through many of our press conferences, and I can tell you that this is probably the only one in my recent memory that I can think of that we're putting a link out there asking for people's assistance, and we are. That being said, that we have plenty that we are continuing to investigate, and we'll continue to do so. Again, this is only one small chapter of a very large book. Anybody have any questions? Sir. Well, I mean, this was not a what's known as a registered entity, where they would have to file routinely with the SEC, such under the 33 Act. It was exempt. So he is out there generating investments, some individuals all over the country. I don't know about doing internationally, but certainly all over the country. And what he's doing with those people is telling them that he can promise them profits, very, very high profits over a period of time, and he put his documentation together to try to demonstrate that. Now, we know a lot of those investors, and do we know all of them? We're going to the best of our ability, we will attempt to find out who they all are. But we can always be helped and assisted by someone coming forward to say, I invested in this particular REIT, real estate investment trust. I invested this amount. This is what was told to me. This is the documentation I received. Does it make ourselves a lot easier if we get participation from the community? Absolutely. So attempting to take the path of least resistance to, of course, expedite the matter, that is why we're putting that call out. When Matt put that link out and talked about the link, that's why we're doing it.
Do you anticipate bringing additional charges?
You've been here many times, heard me talk many times, and I give you my word, this investigation is continuing. And as I said at the outset, the entities that are being investigated are all the entities that are listed in the indictment.
Did the evidence in this case arise from the related civil suit against him?
In our particular suit, it did not. Now, I believe there are several civil suits. And if you take a look at them, they're not really what we're doing here. Ours just came from looking at the records and determining that there were lies being submitted to the underwriters and the lenders with regard to these monies, which he maintained and attested that were his, and they were not. And I'll always give a question to Fodor. He's much better at this than I am.
Yeah, I think it goes all over the map. Primarily affluent folks that seemingly were willing to give part ways with their money and pay little mind to what was done with it. So, but again, there are some victims that we've identified thus far that have they come from all walks of life.
And who is a victim in this case? Is it anyone that's invested with them? Anyone that's had dealings with them?
I can answer that.
Okay.
So I mean, an investor is somebody that has been defrauded. If you were told that you were going to invest in this vehicle and or in this particular entity, and you would promise these returns, and that information is based on fraudulent information, and you, as we move on, you lost money, you're an investor that is a victim of this particular transaction. And let me say this to you, that this particular, these entities, and we will get into it, down the road, the monies fall into a wide variety of categories. Some people, as Matt said, mom and pop investors, and some more significant investors. So I don't think we should categorize this as, a Wall Street hedge fund where we're only looking for high rollers above, $1 million. That is not the case. Well, again, the investigation is continuing. There were more than Mr. Mendenhall involved in these various entities. So let me just say that all of the people that were certainly at a higher level are under investigation as well.
There are going to be some people that watch this story tonight and they're going to hear the details of it and they're going to go, why does this matter? So all due respect, why does this indictment matter? Why is it so important?
Well, because we're bringing to the forefront that we are examining Mr. Mendenhall and we have indicted Mr. Mendenhall, and there are a lot of investors out there that have been touched directly and indirectly by Mr. Mendenhall through these various investments, and fraudulent information has been given to them to convince them to investigate in these various vehicles. And as you may know, I'm sure you do, much of what Mr. Mendenhall is doing is now in bankruptcy. So, and how much of that money is going to be recouped remains to be seen. But if it's any indication, what we have here is $1.6 million of investor money and rental money from the properties that they were leasing ended up in his personal bank account for him to purchase this house. So why is it important? It's important to let these people know, look, this is somebody that's out there. If you are a victim of him, if you have suffered from this kind of from this kind of fraudulent conduct, please advise us to them. But it's also something else, and this is where the Bureau and the IRS come in. That the Bureau and the IRS and other law enforcement agencies are out there and on this and are examining this on a daily basis. As Matt said, some of these investigations take a significant period of time, and merely because you don't hear about it on a daily basis doesn't mean that the agencies that these two gentlemen represent aren't on it 24/7. They are. Well, he's got a 20-year max sentence on that. Obviously, it's all adjusted by the guidelines, and when you take into account some other possible enhancements, such as victims, number of victims, etc. But the maximum period of incarceration on this count is 20 years. Okay? You guys are saying way too much over here. Too many questions. Anyway, anybody else?
Just to clarify, you
Good.
saying 1.6, this is 1.2 in here?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Did I say 1.6? It's a $1.6 million home. Okay. What? It's a $1.6 million home.
But it's a $1.2 million loan.
Right.
Got it.
See, he put down, I want to say in the neighborhood of 6, maybe a little bit less. It's a $1.6 million home that's being forfeited. The fraud was the 1.2. But I'm sorry to confuse that, but in any event. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. Thanks very much. We'll see you again soon. Thanks.
It's a news conference wrapping up in Tampa where we heard from U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe talking about mortgage fraud and an indictment there, and also asking the public for more information. We are getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but let me give you a live look right now inside the Rosen Plaza Hotel, where we expect to hear from Governor DeSantis, who is going to be speaking in a what they're calling a fireside chat during this event, Helping Our Pastors Engage event at the hotel. This is an event that's hosted by the governor's Faith and Community Initiative. We expect to hear from the governor, the First Lady, and DCF Secretary Taylor Hatch as well. So we are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., where a new bill was recently unveiled to look at college sports, looking at things like eligibility, transfers, NIL, salary caps, all kinds of different things that are in this bill filed by Senator Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, bipartisan bill there. And Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Yahoo Sports senior writer Dan Wolken about this bill, what it might do to the landscape of college sports, and what its prospects are in the House and Senate.
My initial reaction to the bill was that it was kind of a warmed over version of the SCORE Act, which came from the House of Representatives, which is now basically dead. It's a little bit different. It's got a few different provisions in it, but I think my initial thought was the same as I had with the SCORE Act, which is it's going to be very difficult to get this passed. Congress, you've got to get 60 votes in the Senate to pass legislation. And there are still some things in this bill that, while they're common sense and maybe some things that the schools and the conferences would like, the fundamental issue of capping earnings on college athletes, I think, is still going to be really controversial and hard to pass given the way we've seen this environment in NIL the last few years. You know, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Taking something away from people is always going to be really controversial, especially when it's the government doing it. And taking away, some of the opportunity that they've had to make money without collective bargaining, I think is still going to be really, really tough to pass.
When we were looking at some of this bill as written, looking at, what it's trying to address in fixing, transfer portal, salary caps, does it actually fix college sports?
I don't know that it holistically fixes everything that's wrong in college sports. And in some ways, the bill maybe attempts to do too much of that because I think a smaller, maybe more limited set of issues would probably be more successful. For instance, if Congress simply gave the gave themselves a bill that said the NCAA can have power over transfers and eligibility, and they can't get sued. In some ways, that would solve a lot of the issues that people are worried about right now. And you don't even need a lot of this other stuff that they tried to throw in there, like the quote unquote Lane Kiffin rule, which I think has a lot of issues with it as well, at least the way they've proposed it. So, look, I think it would make some things better. It would certainly make things more orderly. But at the same time, it also goes into some areas that I'm not sure that the government really should be regulating, and maybe looks a little bit like overreach.
And I think I've read a lot of analysis on this bill. I think I forget who said something about it. It might have been you on social media saying that there are maybe an unlimited amount of legal challenges and angles that this bill will be challenged under in court. I mean, can you just explain some of those?
I think a good example of that is what they're trying to do with this so-called Lane Kiffin rule, which basically Congress would say you cannot, as a coach, leave to take another job before the playing season is complete. Or it basically says you can't do the duties at a new job until the playing season at your old job is complete. And look, while I think there's certainly a lot of merits to that being the standard way of doing business, and it certainly made me uncomfortable the way Kiffin handled his exit from Ole Miss to LSU last year. I'm not sure you can really justify the government dictating to private businesses when people can make hiring decisions. That just doesn't really, to me, seem very constitutional. Certainly not small government. So, that's just one example of something that I think would get challenged. Limiting agent fees. That's I think another hot button that's in there. That certainly a lot of these agents are overcharging clients in NIL deals. I mean, you hear some that are 20-25%, which is ridiculous. But for the NCAA or Congress to try to cap that at 5%, I mean, that's immediately going to get challenged. So it'll be interesting to see, if they do pass the bill. And again, I still think it's a long shot. They will try to implement some of these, and how many of these issues get taken to court and maybe all the way to the Supreme Court will be one of the dominant storylines as you follow the after effects of this potential passing.
One of the other big kind of tent poles here is this bill is neutral on whether college athletes are considered employees. How does that factor into the everything that Congress is trying to address with this bill?
Well, there's been some critics already who have said, and I think they probably are correct, that you can address all of these other issues, but unless there is a stand taken one way or the other on the employment issue, that it's really not accomplishing very much at all. Because if that's still sort of hanging out there, then schools are not really able to make big decisions and strategize the way they need to about what college sports is going to look like 5 and 10 years down the road. Certainly, a lot of university presidents want certainty that athletes are not going to be employees. But at the same time, I still believe, and a lot of people agree with me, including a lot of athletic administrators, that making them employees and pursuing a collective bargaining route would probably be a better fix and a more permanent fix to some of these issues than the legislative process. But until college sports and a lot of the leadership just decides that they're willing to do that, then it's still very much in limbo.
Could you see college athletics leadership treating student athletes as employees without some kind of legislative arm coming in and forcing the issue?
Well, one of the complications of trying to make college athletes employees and collectively bargaining with them is public schools versus private schools, totally different sets of rules there, and also different state laws regarding employment and unions. So that's a big challenge. And there are ways to think about this that would require a completely different model for college athletics to fit that in. One thing that's been talked about and I think is worth thinking about and gaming out a lot more as this discussion continues is sort of removing college football, maybe college basketball, maybe some other sports from the university system in a way and putting them all into what looks and essentially functions like a pro sports league. And you'd have these various teams and they would be associated with the schools by trademarks. There would be a financial relationship there. You'd still have the UCF Knights representing UCF, but at least in terms of a business structure, they would be part of maybe the Big 12 Conference, and the Big 12 Conference would be responsible for setting the rules and for paying them. And so it would look a little bit more like the NFL or a mini NFL, and the colleges would just sort of be there as the billboard to represent those teams. I know that makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
A lot of interesting proposals and things that could change that landscape in the coming months. Here's a live look at Capitol Hill on this Monday afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, or on Fox 35 News Plus.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know a couple of the things that we are monitoring at this 2 o'clock hour. Let me give you a live look right now in Tallahassee at the state capitol, where lawmakers have gaveled into a special session considering property taxes. They were Both houses, the House and the Senate, gavelled in the past hour. We're just on the floor very briefly before they went into recess because there are a number of committee meetings that are going to be happening a little bit later this afternoon, including one starting at 3 o'clock, where lawmakers will begin considering the governor's property tax elimination proposal. So we're keeping an eye on that as developments happen today, first day of the 3-day special session. Meanwhile, Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to be in Orlando any minute now. This is a live look at the Rosen Plaza Hotel on I-Drive at the Helping Our Pastors Engage event that is going on. This is an event that was put on by the governor's Faith and Community Initiative. And Governor DeSantis, the First Lady, and the DCF Secretary are all expected to speak here shortly at what they're calling a fireside chat. So we'll get you to that when that event begins. But we begin today by following up on the latest in the Anna Kepner case. This is the cruise ship murder case. And Fox 35's Esther Bauer was in court in Miami last week when we got our first look at the suspect, Anna Kepner's stepbrother, in a courtroom. But we've also been getting a lot of new details from court documents. And so Fox 35's Esther Bauer joins us live now via Zoom. Esther, I know you've been poring over these court documents and learning some new details about this case. What have you been learning?
Right. So one of the kind of glaring details of this case is right now the suspect's defense is saying that the government has this theory that they have created about what happened is that this stepbrother raped and then murdered his stepsister while on this cruise. But one of the most glaring pieces of a case that you want to see happen when you're trying to prove someone raped and murdered someone else is the DNA there. And so what we've been able to find out from really going through about 145 pages is right now the government has told the courts that they have the DNA that some sort of sexual assault allegedly happened. They have DNA from the suspect inside of the victim. But the one piece of DNA that they do not have is who allegedly strangled her to death. So we know that she died by either a arm or hands or some kind of situation where she was unable to breathe. That is what the ME found. But there is no DNA as to who actually was the one that caused her to die. And what's striking about when you read through these court documents is so the lead person on this case was actually questioned by the judge, and the judge is wanting to know, was there any steps taken to try and pull DNA from this area where she wasn't able to breathe to see, are there any fingerprints? Is there spit? Is there any DNA that you pulled to actually see how she died? And the lead case specialist is saying, I don't know. And so then the judge is asking, you were the one that would have known if they're trying to pull this, if they're trying to find this out. What do you mean that you don't know? So there was just this sense of, and some of the legal sources that we've spoken with is, did the FBI drop the ball? This is one of the major things that you want to know. If you're trying to prove someone murdered someone else, you want any DNA that you can get from the location where they died. And at this point, the government is saying in open court, they don't know, and there is no alleged DNA tying this suspect to the murder. So that is something that we are diving deep in speaking with our legal sources with. I will say, though, some sources have said, even if they don't have this DNA on her neck region where she died, there's too much, that has also been documented where he was walking around with her phone and then he allegedly dumped her phone in the garbage cans. He allegedly stuck his head out of the room, was kind of peering around, ended up putting the, do not come in sign. So another source that we spoke with said, yeah, it would help if they had this DNA really linking him to the fact that he allegedly strangled her. But if they don't, there is still enough tying him to the fact that he allegedly raped her, killed her, and then tried to dispose of anything that he could that would link him to this, to what happened.
So certainly interesting to kind of see all of this and to see some of this information after months where we weren't learning anything about this case, really. And there still are a lot of questions, but it's interesting to finally get some of these pieces of the puzzle that prosecutors and defense are kind of arguing over right now. And so what is next in this process? We know there was the court hearing last week in Miami. So where do things stand right now?
So we did check to see if a judge had made the final ruling on whether or not they are going to lock up this stepbrother until his trial. But as of our last check, which was just a few hours prior, the judge hadn't made the ruling. So he is still staying with a family member. But what the judge was wanting to know is, are there any places closer to his family where he can be housed before trial? The judge was wanting to see if there was, locations where his family could still easily visit him. So we're still waiting for a judge in Miami to make the final ruling. As of right now, we haven't seen anything new filed in this case, whether that was from the U.S. Marshals who were supposed to be pulling that data, or from a judge deciding whether or not they do want him locked up behind bars before trial, or if he's going to stay out with his family going forward.
Well, Fox 35's Esther Bauer, we appreciate you joining us, giving us the latest on this. And we know you've stayed on top of this case for months now. We appreciate you continuing to track it for us.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, Fox 35 TV. We appreciate you joining us. Busy day here, and it is not slowing down. I want to let you know in the bottom of the hour, we expect to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood speaking on a scene. We don't have information confirmed right now. We're working to get some information about that scene that law enforcement is on in Volusia County. We expect to hear from the sheriff coming up in a little bit. We also expect to hear from police in DeLand talking about a hot car arrest they made over the weekend. So a couple of things we are watching for. We are also still standing by, waiting for Governor DeSantis, who's going to be speaking at this fireside chat in Orlando. Right now, though, it's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom in Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a 17-year-old is in the hospital today after police say he was shot yesterday during what's called a teen takeover, and that happened out on Clearwater Beach. Now, Clearwater police officers, they rushed over to the 100 block of Coronado Drive around 5:15 yesterday, and that's where they found that 17-year-old victim. He was taken to Orlando Health Bayfront Hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, authorities say the gunfire broke out shortly after a fight during a planned gathering that was organized through social media. Clearwater Police Chief Deputy Chief Michael Wallach says extra resources were already in place, but hundreds of teens packed the beach, leading to a number of disturbances. Several people were detained at the scene while others ran away. Witnesses and local residents describe it as a terrifying scene. Beach resident Dylan Gilbert says he heard 6 or 7 gunshots before realizing what was happening. Now, another resident we spoke to, that would be Jeanette Walker, says that she and her daughter saw that injured teenager being treated with towels on his stomach. Now, right now, investigators have not yet confirmed the identities of the people who are detained at the scene or revealed if specific charges have been filed. Investigators have also not publicly identified the individual or the group responsible for sponsoring and organizing the meetup online. Now, it remains unclear exactly how many total shots were fired or if police have recovered the weapon. Local residents say these massive internet-driven meetups have been a crisis for years, harming local businesses and endangering the community. And moving forward, Clearwater police officials are warning that future unpermitted takeovers will face immediate termination. The agency was aware of the social media gathering ahead of time and had extra resources in place, along with help from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and the Largo Police Department. Deputy Chief Wallach emphasized that the department is shifting its enforcement approach to prevent similar disturbances from escalating, adding that this is the first weekend of school being out, and this will be the last weekend of these type of incidents. Garrett?
All right, that is certainly concerning to see something like that happen. We have heard the warnings about things like this and heard the security and safety concerns and exactly something like this happening. So concerning to see there. You are also learning more about the bones that were found near that cow pasture last week.
Yeah, this is something we talked about on Friday, and at that time, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd had said that investigators believe that the bones believed to a man between 35 and 45 years old, but we have learned that those bones actually belong to a 70-year-old woman who Grady Judd describes as a recluse and a hoarder. Now, as you remember, this discovery happened Thursday evening when 5 children who were between the ages of 6 and 12 were playing near the woods and found a skull, a mandible, as well as 3 vertebrae. They convinced a parent to come see the bones, and that parent contacted authorities. Now, the rest of those remains were found on Friday afternoon north of the cow pasture behind a home. Investigators say there was significant wildlife activity, which they believe scattered the woman's remains and left the body mostly skeletonized. Now, at this point, deputies do not believe that her death is suspicious. They believe that she died just outside of her back door due to a medical issue, as she suffered from significant medical conditions. Now, we were told that this woman was last seen alive on April 1st. That's when neighbors called Polk County Sheriff's Office to do a well-being check on the woman, and Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said his deputies spoke with her on that day, and he did note that after those deputies left her home, that the woman confronted her neighbors and told them to mind their own business. We are told that her next next of kin has been notified, but her identity has not been publicly released. And as I mentioned, it does remain unclear how this woman died. But Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said that this woman suffered from multiple significant health issues, and it appears as though she died. She walked outside of her back door and collapsed and died. And his deputies, while they are still investigating, they do believe that wildlife scattered her remains. Garrett.
All right, Nancy. And finally here in our Tampa Connection, got a big soccer match coming up in Tampa, but there are a lot of unsold tickets. What's going on?
Yes, there's about 50,000 unsold tickets. So next weekend, England and New Zealand are scheduled to face off here in Tampa at Raymond James Stadium. But those ticket sales are struggling. And local soccer fans we spoke with said that high prices and lack of advertising are keeping them away. Now, while some fans did pack a local pub to watch European soccer this past weekend, many say the ticket prices for next week's friendly match are simply not affordable. Now, according to the London Telegraph, only about 13,000 tickets have been sold so far. And right now, the cheapest seats on Ticketmaster are listed around $74. And some fans are holding out hope for a last-minute deal. Experts say stadium officials may turn to dynamic pricing, which could mean a major drop in ticket prices closer to kickoff in order to fill those empty seats. Now, that exhibition game is scheduled for Saturday at 4 o'clock at Raymond James Stadium. Garrett.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you.
I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast here on June 1st, which if anyone's been around Florida for more than a year, they know today is the start of hurricane season.
Can't believe that it's June 1st already, Garrett.
Yeah.
It feels like it was just last year's hurricane season.
It flies by. You know what? If we have a hurricane season like last hurricane season, though, you're going to have a lot of people who are not complaining.
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, and we can only hope that'll be the case, as we've kind of been talking about the differences in factors of this year's season, and I think it's going to be something as time goes on. You've heard us talk about El Nino, and that just means the warming of the Pacific waters and how it impacts us in the Atlantic is more hostile wind shear, and that's something that we're going to hopefully see limit our tropical activity, Garrett, as we go through, especially the mid to latter portion of the hurricane season, as we have that real warmth in the water.
And so we've heard a lot from officials talking about what we need to do right now to prepare. We've also heard some of the outlooks for this upcoming season, which is projecting kind of below average, below normal, which is good to hear. But
definitely,
we also know that it only takes one storm.
And we've said that so many times because it's so true. You know, if we get hit by one, we're going to remember that one, right? The impacts that it brings, anything that it throws at us, it's going to stick with us. So that's what we're trying to do, is just get you in the mindset, get you prepared as we kick off a brand new season. Now, as you can see, NOAA, as well as Colorado State, which we've already talked about at times this year, both predicting below normal seasons, lower than average numbers in terms of hurricanes. Now, 14 named storms is average, 7 of those becoming hurricanes and 3 potentially becoming major hurricanes, which is a category 3 or a stronger, which is nothing that we want to see. And of course, if we go back a couple of years, we had Milton, we had Helene, which did a lot of damage to parts of the Sunshine State. There's the setup, what we're expecting, which again usually leads to fewer Atlantic hurricanes, more hurricanes in the Pacific with the warmer water there and the reduced wind shear, but with the storminess there, as that works across into the Atlantic, that often brings the wind shear our way, and we see fewer hurricanes as a result. But with the warmer water, that's what tries to combat that. Now, in terms of our storm names this year, Arthur's the first one to kick it off, going through Cristobal, Edward, Faye, and then if we get that far, Marco, Nana, and then rounding it out with Wilfred. Hopefully we don't get even remotely close to the W name. Now, in terms of what we typically see climatologically speaking, usually the first storm we see in the Atlantic is not until August, so a ways away. But we can see them, of course, sooner than that. Our second is August 26th, and then we go up to September 28th, usually signifying our fifth storm of the year. If you are new to Florida, maybe you're not typically looking at the hurricane maps that we look at day in and day out. Want to talk about the tropical outlooks, because we'll often be showing you those. And if you see the colors on the map, the yellow, the orange, the red, those all mean different things. If you see low, that means less than a 40% chance of development over a 48-hour period or a 7-day period. There in the orange, that's a medium or a more moderate chance of development. And then finally, if you see red, that usually means there's a likelihood of something spinning up in the tropics. Now, one thing that I think will be good this year, Garrett, something new, is that we now have a brand new cone and a brand new way to look at storms, look at the impacts from storms. And I think this will hopefully get the message across a little clearer for, anyone that lives here in Florida and in an area that gets hurricanes as a whole. We'll see now inland watches and warnings in areas that see both. Maybe you're under both a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch. You'll be able to see that more clearly, which I think will kind of help get that message over a little bit more clearly as well.
Yeah, especially to those folks inland who, that way you're not, you can kind of see those impacts in one place, understand it a little more, hopefully not take it lightly, because, this is something where we have seen major inland impacts in some places over the past couple of years from hurricanes.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, we can think back to Milton and Helene, and we got wind gusts that were, up beyond those that we see in severe thunderstorms. So we still had tropical storm force and even hurricane force gusts across the state as Milton ripped across the peninsula and went off into the Atlantic.
And our poll question today has been asking folks what your kind of top priority of hurricane preparations is right now. And so folks can vote right now. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. But it looks like most people say top priority right now is stocking up on supplies. And that's one of those things that really is easy to do ahead of time. Because it's just, what we'll do is every time we're at Costco, grab an extra thing of water or something, to have it ready, rather than, okay, well, now it's the week of a storm coming and we're fighting with everyone to get these supplies.
And maybe you're like doing some yard work and you need to grab some mulch. Maybe you're planning on mulching the yard later in the year. Just grab a couple bags, maybe extra, or maybe you'll have them for next year. I feel like it's easy things to do to try to be ready a little sooner than getting that rush and getting that anxious feeling when we know that one's starting to bear down on Central Florida or the state as a whole.
Yeah, so certainly some good things, some things you can do now to prepare to make things a little less stressful if we do, get to that point. So certainly important things to keep in mind.
It's always anxiety ridden. That's why I feel like trying to be calm and collected as we go through the season. I feel like it helps.
Right. Calm and collected certainly does help. I think you're right about that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, always calm and collected.
Try my best to be.
We appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Want to get you live inside the Rosen Plaza Hotel on I-Drive in Orlando right now. That is Secretary of Children and Families, Taylor Hatch, who is speaking right now alongside First Lady Casey DeSantis, Governor Ron DeSantis as well. This is an event called Helping Our Pastors Engage, an event put on by the Governor's Faith and Community Initiative. And so this happening live right now in Orlando, hearing from the governor, the first lady, and other officials at this event alongside a number of faith leaders inside the Rosen Plaza Hotel. So let's go ahead and listen in live on this Monday afternoon.
And make this a summer not just with activities. And as moms of three, the activities, the summer camps, you're box checking, right? Those activities, you're trying to move from week to week, make sure everybody has a place to go, and you're just moving along. And he's saying, make sure it's not just a summer of activities. Make sure that it is a meaningful time, then you are taking the time to advance the kingdom of God. And that's our hope today, is that this is just not an activity in which you show up, you listen, and then you leave, right? That it's a meaningful connection so that we can continue this great work. And so, First Lady, I would love to hear from you, if you can walk us through, how do you think we continue to do this? How do we make sure that this continues moving forward?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I see, first of all, so many wonderful familiar faces in the audience. There's so many wonderful Hope navigators and pastors, and I want to say just a huge thank you. We know what you're doing. We know how hard you're working. We know the sweat equity that a lot of the navigators are putting in every day. A lot of our pastors who are fulfilling the mission of what I think God intends us to do. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to come and being so passionate about trying to ensure that we can continue to help people. And I think that this is rooted in the why before we talk about the how and what do we do and how did we get here. I think the why is what really unites us, all of us, everybody in this room, because I don't think that there's a single person out here that when you see somebody who's suffering, you don't want to do something about it. You can't just let it go by. You feel compelled to be able to try to help ease their suffering. And that was something very early on that really was a calling for me, particularly as it pertains to single moms, right? When they're trying to do everything that they can to raise their children, to give them a good education, to ensure they're putting food on the table, to make sure that they're home at night doing the homework, they're keeping down jobs, they're trying to find a way to get to the store. They're doing everything in their power, and the one thing that they want is to know that somebody is there and to have a little bit of hope. And what if, government, and that's the very early on what we were thinking 7 years ago, right? We were thinking, what can we do? How can we make a meaningful difference, right? Not just to do something because maybe politically, optically, it looks good. That's not what this is about. This is about substance. This is about driving real results for people who need help. And we should be there in every capacity to be able to support people who want to change their position in life, but they don't know how to do it. They don't know where to start. And I was saying earlier to Jack Brewer, you can have the greatest resources in the world, but if you don't know that they exist, what good are they, right? There's so many wonderful things. There's our navigators. There's our faith-based communities. There's the private sector. There's nonprofits. There's local government. There's state government. But how, when you are swimming, you're a veteran, you're a senior citizen, you're swimming just with life being thrown at you, how nice would it be for someone to throw a lifeline? Amen. Right? And so that is where we started in the beginning. And I will say, when we first looked at it, we thought about doing navigation within government. I was thinking, with it, Chad Popple, I know, was here, and Eric Dellenbeck, and a lot of really good people who really thought through this. Do you really want to grow another bureaucracy within government, right? No, that's not. We're going to layer on layer on layer on problems. And what we want to do through his leadership, and really something he said very on, was get rid of the silos, work together, find a meaningful solution. So that's what we thought with. Long story short, I promise I won't go too long, because I have a tendency to get a little passionate about this, but as many of you well know, but whatever. So trying to reduce the bureaucracy and then trying to create folks who can help navigate, to be able to make connections between good people in need of help and good people who are willing to help, and the two just didn't know that they were out there. And so hence we have all of our wonderful navigators who do that from a government perspective, but yes, they are still reaching out to the faith-based community through through Care Portal, wonderful technology that is the connective tissue between people who are coming to government for help and involving the faith-based community. And that leads me to a quick little side jaunt. Why is government in a position when we were thinking about utilizing government and navigating and do we want to do this? Why? Because if you go back into a lot of things, right? But you go back to the Great Society, you go back to the war on poverty, you go back to Johnson after the Kennedy assassination, and he wanted to take on poverty. I think good intentions, right? But we can see some of the outcomes with spending a lot of money, and where's the return? Have we legitimately helped people to the point where you can justify trillions of dollars, right? Are we doing something that's meaningful? And so help, right? And so we were thinking, what is the solution to be able to help these people who are coming in? Do you process a payment? And people are in need of help. We get that, right? But is that where the story ends? We flipped it on its head, and thanks to the navigators, we say, okay, we see you need help. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Where do you see yourself in 10 years? What do you think will make you happy? Because at the end of the day, the pathway to prosperity might be economic self-sufficiency, but it also might be finding community. It might be finding hope. It might be knowing that you're not alone, that you have people there who are willing to support you. So that's where our navigators have come in. We have worked incredibly hard with Care Portal to now reach out to thousands of churches, and we've worked out with the Prosperity Initiative in the chamber, because what Mark represents, and I'll get into a really historic announcement, I believe, in a second, is Mark is able really uniquely to talk to the entire state of Florida business community, right? He oversees the chamber, so he can talk to the Citrus Chamber and the Jacksonville Chamber. And when it comes to uniting the private sector, the faith-based community, government, and all of these entities to be able to help one person at the time, right? To be able to navigate, to be able to find happiness and prosperity. That's where the navigation model comes in. So that's what we thought. That's where we are, right? That's where, I know I get long-winded. Now, what is the solution going forward, right? Like, how do we preserve this? Because I've talked to so many pastors who come in, and I know that they're passionate about, how do we ensure that we can put this on steroids? I tell this to Joe. We have 2,000, I think probably, 2,400 churches on board in the state of Florida. How many institutions of faith do we have in the state of Florida? Over 10,000, 20,000 institutions of faith, 16.5 million people. We have 2,000 churches. We should have 10,000.
Still listening to Casey DeSantis, First Lady of Florida, who is speaking live right now in Orlando at this faith event involving the governor and some others. But I want to give you a live look right now. This is Daytona Beach near the Dunlawton Beach approach. You can see a truck that has some front fender damage there.
Instead of saying,
well, and Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood walking up right now. We've seen investigators on the scene and seen some damage in that area as well. We're expecting to hear from the sheriff any minute now, so hoping to get some details on what happened here about this. Again, this is Daytona Beach, Volusia County, near the Dunlawton Beach approach. Folks still out in the water right now, but seeing some damage there, and then this truck that was out in the water at one point and still kind of right up on the sand in the shoreline. So we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We will hear any minute now from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood and learn the details of this together. So keep it here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. We're continuing to monitor the situation in Volusia County. On the left there is a live picture. It looks like our photographer may be moving into a different spot. So let me show you video just into our newsroom where you can see Volusia County Sheriff's Office investigators, a number of others on the scene there. Again, this is Daytona Beach near the Dunlawton Beach access ramp, and we saw just a few moments ago the truck that was in the water along the shoreline. Crime scene tape up around much of the area and some of those signs in that area as well. It's been an active scene. The Volusia County Sheriff is on there, the beach now, and expecting him to speak shortly. We have also gotten a number of images showing some damage, including this that appears to be one of the toll booths potentially on its side there. Again, we don't have any information confirmed. We are working to learn more about this, and we will bring the news briefing to you when we hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood here shortly. Obviously, still a lot of things going on right now, and so we will bring you any updates when we get them. Right now, though, I want to get you back to Orlando, where we are hearing from Governor DeSantis, the First Lady, the DCF Secretary as well, speaking at what they're calling the fireside chat. They are speaking at this Helping Our Pastors Engage event. So a number of faith leaders at the hotel there for an event that's hosted by the Governor's Faith and Community Initiative. So we will go ahead and listen back in.
Show the people in the chamber, you're literally helping this mom buy this bunk bed because of her 2 children have nowhere to sleep and they don't have mattresses. And when you, as somebody who wants to invest your resources into something, being able to see that and identify with the story is really important. So now if Jack or somebody else has a story of a mom or a dad or a veteran or a senior citizen, now they input that. They can see it in real time through Care Portal. It can be offset. They can bring the physical needs, or they can be able to spend the money. So I think it's also important. The other folks that we're going to have inputting into the system, churches. How about that? If you're seeing problems within your congregation or somebody who's struggling, the churches across the state should be able to put the needs into Care Portal. That's going to be really huge to be able to get in front of it. And then my last part, and this is like very deeply personal to me, and I think that this is very special. You know, there are people who are suffering out there in a lot of capacities, and I think a lot of times about people who are sitting in our senior centers and our nursing homes. And I have a dear friend who one day was running a little bit late to a meeting, and I asked him where he was. And he was late because he was delivering flowers to a nursing home, because he said, I didn't want them to think that they were alone. And I wanted them to know that somebody cares. And that's just who he is. So I thought, well, what if we can then have the nursing homes all across the state of Florida? No coincidence that now our faith director and advisor to the governor is also the secretary for elder affairs, kind of works together. It's like, got to work, right? So she now is going to work with every single nursing home across the state of Florida to be able to input in something as simple as, can you deliver flowers to a nursing home? And what does that do? Now, the faith communities, who a lot of them are already doing this, right? But if you didn't know, now you know, now you can see it. And now you can show up at a nursing home, you can walk in the front door with a casserole and roses and flowers, just so somebody doesn't feel alone or abandoned, especially in the later years of their life, because that's not fair, right? And so, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on and on, but I think there's some really powerful things, and we would not be able to do this if it weren't for the vision of Care Portal and what they've been able to do to be able to bring in the faith community to help in a meaningful way to show up at people's front doorsteps, and of course the Chamber of Commerce, who have been just stalwart through this entire process of knowing that there is a role for the private sector to be able to change people's lives for the better. It's just you need to know where to look, and you've been on it the whole time with your Prosperity Initiative. But now to cement this, business meets faith, go forth and be free. And thank you.
First Lady, you can tell you're in a group of the pastors. I heard a lot of amens during that. And you said something so profound, is you were really talking about how just every single person matters. Life has meaning, right? Because everybody is a child of God. And what you're talking about is it could be meeting a tangible need, but what you're feeling here is it's so much more. And so let's unpeel that onion a little bit. And the First Lady teed us up so very well to do that. I'm going to go to you, Mark. Serving as the president of the Florida Chamber of Commerce, the Florida Chamber, they have the Prosperity Initiative. And that initiative is focused on helping individuals achieve economic self-sufficiency, removing barriers that have trapped families in cycles of dependency. And one of the principles that we often talk about is, as government, we should be a trampoline, right? We should be a trampoline, not a safety net. And, I think that from a person's perspective, it's really hard to think about what's next, something like self-sufficiency, if you don't have food in your belly today, right? And so think about that analogy, that trampoline, because about to come into play here. We think about, this Care Portal, right? And we talked a lot about Care Portal, the technology platform, and the network. Through Care Portal, churches can...
This fireside chat continuing. Before we hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, I want to give you an update here on what we are learning. Breaking news here. We have learned that a toll attendant in Daytona Beach Shores has died after this crash earlier today. Happened around 12:40. What we're hearing. This is a post on the Volusia County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. A pickup truck traveling eastbound on Dunlawton Avenue hit a beach ramp toll booth, which was occupied by a toll attendant at the time. After that, they say the truck continued onto the beach and into the ocean. That explains the truck that we saw just a few moments ago live on the scene. They say despite rescue efforts on scene, the toll attendant did not survive her injuries. The driver has been detained. They're doing a thorough crash investigation right now, we're told. They will give out more information as it becomes available. Right now, that Dunlawton Beach access ramp is closed. The sheriff's office in their post saying they send sincere condolences to the victim's family, friends, co-workers. That victim has not been identified. Again, we are expecting to hear from the Volusia County Sheriff any minute now. Right now, we are still monitoring for that, waiting for that to begin. But right now, let me take you to DeLand, where we are hearing from a police captain there, Prudence Dice, who is talking about an arrest over the weekend for a hot car incident. A 27-year-old arrested after a child was found unresponsive in a car while the woman was donating plasma. They believe that this child was left in the car for more than 2 hours. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
We had a couple of citizens on the scene that saw what was going on. They ran over to assist. One citizen gave the child CPR while the medical services arrived. Prior to the medical service arriving, then they transported the child to Orlando. And right now I'm being told that the child is doing okay. However, I won't go into details on the medical conditions because of HIPAA, but I am certainly excited to share that news with you guys and our community. So based on the investigation that we conducted, we determined that the mother should be charged with child neglect, which she was on yesterday. Currently, she has not been booked into the branch jail as of yet because of concerns of being allergic to handcuffs, which I will be allergic to handcuffs too if I left my 3-year-old kid in the car and I was about to go to jail for it. All right? So, my message here to our community and our residents is basically, first of all, we think not that we think, we know that this incident was completely preventable. There's under no circumstances should anybody leave a kid in the car. Under any circumstances should anybody leave a pet in the car. We know the temperatures in Florida are extremely hot, especially if the air is not running and you have someone in the car just basically cooking. And so Again, we're grateful that the kid is alive today. We appreciate the actions of our first responders and the citizens that stepped in and didn't just stand there and watch. We hope that this incident serve as a reminder to all parents and all caregivers to just check the back seats, notice the dangers that could come with this. And people have died as it relates to these types of incidents, as we know of all over the nation. So with that, I'll take any questions from you guys.
Have investigators been able to question her, and has she said anything as to like why?
So based on our investigation, she declined to talk to our detectives. However, there were some spontaneous utterances that we were able to obtain. I can't go into detail about that because it's still open. But we still investigating that part of it. So
she's resident from here, from the county, or from Orlando?
I'm not sure of that information. I believe she is a DeLand resident, but I can't factually say that right now. But I strongly believe that she is, yes.
So we spoke to her yesterday while she was in the cruiser, and she told us that she was FaceTiming her daughter and that the car was running. Is that true?
Well, based on our investigation, that is not true. The car was not running. The car was off. The windows were up, and the child was suffering.
She also said she was in the car only for 30 minutes. That's also untrue?
That's also untrue. She was actually in the business for over 2 hours.
Was there any indication that she was struggling financially? Why was she at, a plasma center?
I don't have that information. The only thing I can speak on is the facts, and the facts are she came to a business, left her kid in the car, went inside for 2 hours, and the kid was out there suffering. And she's in jail for it. And anybody else that want to do that, we got a place for them too.
Any indication just how hot the inside of that car was, what the temperature might have been?
I don't have any indication of that particular case, but historically that could be 140 degree heat, up to 200 degree heat,
When you say she was suffering, I think the 911 call described her foaming at the mouth, being in pretty serious condition. Was that the condition? What was the condition that responders found her in?
Well, I can't comment on that part of it. I could just say that it was critical. She was unresponsive.
Police in DeLand continuing to give an update right now. We've got to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood giving an update on the toll attendant killed. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Some witnesses say that the vehicle then tries to travel southbound to get away. Before it gets stuck in the sand, they remove the driver from the vehicle. So obviously, Tammy was pronounced dead at the scene. We're waiting for the medical examiner to arrive. The suspect in this case, she's being tested for impairment. We're going to do a blood draw and a breathalyzer on her and see what charges stem from that.
Do you believe she is intoxicated from what they've seen so far?
I can just tell you, being up at the truck, there's a heavy odor. For me, the heavy odor of alcohol you could smell from the passenger side of the vehicle. We'll see how that works out.
The injuries on the toll before her body.
I think she was probably close to being killed on impact. That booth isn't made of anything, if you look at it. And you hit that thing at 40 miles an hour, there's really nowhere to go. And it flipped the booth around. The force of that's not the way the booth was originally. She was originally hit head on. It's the way the booth was originally set up, to the impact that spun the booth around. And we had, obviously, you're under headquarters here. Lifeguards were here in a matter of seconds to perform CPR and everything they could do, and there was just nothing that could be done. Her injuries are that severe, or that massive.
What were the conditions on the beach at the time? There were other people that were in the area.
There were other people that were in the area, and if you really want to say this, it's how only one person got killed. Once he turns and goes southbound on that beach, once she turns and goes southbound on that beach or northbound on that beach, you have all those other beachgoers out there. And I think that's one of the fears, is if somebody gets up here drunk or intentional and decides to run somebody down, there's not a hell of a whole lot can get done on that time period. And then here's just an example of this is just, I don't know how you even put this into words. It's so senseless. There's somebody doing their job. Tammy Jo was a longtime county employee. She recently switched over when the toll takers went over to a private company. She went over with them. I mean, who would think when you're standing up here that my life is going to end getting hit by a drunk driver on the beach approach? But again, I don't know. It's the world we live in, And if this was a Saturday afternoon, if this was just past weekend, how many other people could have been killed or injured on these things? The suspect's name, I'm not as good as I used to be with these things. The suspect in this case is a Deanna Harrell, Harrell. She's from Ormond Beach. She was born in 1990. I don't know any.
Suspect in the orange shirt.
That's the one behind us, underneath the lifeguard tower. Yeah.
Did you say she came over the Dunlawton Bridge?
From what we're getting is she comes over the Dunlawton Bridge, cross A1A. Now again, everything I'm telling you is preliminary. We had to check the traffic cam. We haven't pulled the traffic cameras yet, and then slams in to the booth, continues into the ocean, and then turns to try to go southbound. She gets stuck as she's going southbound, and a bunch of people run out and get her out of the car, is what we're being told.
And this is maybe not something that, not having beach driving could have avoided, but that's always a conversation that comes up again and again when things like this happen. So what's your message to...
I don't know how you blame I don't know anything about beach driving. All I could tell you is you got somebody at 40 miles an hour coming across that intersection and slams into the booth. It could have slammed into somebody crossing the street here. It could have slammed into the wheel of another car. It could have slammed into a bicyclist. It could have slammed into anything. Clearly, the person was driving way too fast, and what was the reason for that, we're going to find out.
It seems like the truck is quite a ways difference between here and there. And I looked, it didn't seem like she tried to stop at all.
From what we're preliminarily gathering, she tried to drive away. She tried to drive south and got stuck because the tide was higher than it is right now. That's according to the people who pulled her out of the truck.
Is she a local?
Yes, she's from Ormond Beach.
Sheriff, did she have a criminal history at all? I
don't know that yet.
Sure. You do a lot of commercials and tolerances about zero tolerance in this driving. She's got a fire. I'm sure.
To go talk to her granddaughter? I mean, the woman is the matriarch of the family. That's the person that they go to Tammy Jo's house for the holidays. That's the people they go to for advice. And something as innocuous as coming here to take tolls, and you're dead. For what? Really, for what? It's just senseless.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood talking about this toll attendant, Tammy Jo, longtime employee there in Daytona Beach. If we're out of time here on Florida Live, we'll keep taking this on our live stream on Fox 35 News Plus.
when they knew that this was going on to try to help where they could?
I think that's one of the great things about living in this community. You know, people jump right into action when they see something. You know, they're going to call 911 and do what they need to do. And I think you see it over and over and over again. I can't speak for any other community, but this one, you know, the fact that they were able to get to her as quickly, Tammy Jo, as quickly as they can. But again, her injuries were so massive. If there was any chance that CPR, anything could have saved her life, any type of first aid, it was being done. And the fact that they made sure she couldn't get away. You know, Mother Nature helped in the fact that the truck sank. But, you know, again, hypothetically, devil's advocate, suppose it is low tide and she gets on that beach. Where's the next place you get off at? It's way down there if you can even get off. And how about all the other people that would be...
Again, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We'll keep taking this news conference on Fox Local.
Guys, got anything else? All right. Thanks. No, I'm not repeating anything. I already repeated it.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood wrapping up that news conference there where he outlined what we know about this investigation, that where a toll attendant was killed in what he called a senseless crash. Again, they believe the truck was traveling about 40 miles an hour at the time that that it plowed over that toll booth. I'm pulling up some of the video here for you that we got new into our newsroom just a few minutes ago, showing that scene, and you can see some of that the toll booth as well, where it was knocked over and kind of flipped around as the sheriff described in that news conference. And so he said the truck was traveling about 40 miles an hour at the time. The suspect, who was being held under that bridge, being tested for impairment. He said there was a strong odor coming from the truck, and they also believe that suspect was likely trying to flee the scene, trying to take off, trying to drive southbound and get away from the scene, but had gotten stuck. Let me show you now a live image. Again, this is live Daytona Beach shores from our crew that is on the scene right now at that news conference, and you can kind of see the full picture there, the damage from that at that beach ramp, the damaged toll booth that you see on its side, and again a longtime employee and beach attendant there that was killed, they believe likely upon impact, just because of how quickly investigators believe that truck was traveling at the time. They also said there were a number of others who were on the beach and in that area at the time, and so something that could have been devastating and injured or killed many others. And so again, just a sad scene. Sheriff Chitwood calling this a senseless crash this afternoon, and a suspected DUI as well. Still a large law enforcement presence on the scene, a number of investigators, the sheriff who just held that briefing a few minutes ago. Crime scene tape still up, cones, that beach access ramp at Dunlawton is still blocked off at this hour. And so Fox 35's Chris Lindsay is on this scene. He's going to be following up on this, working to learn more, and we'll have more coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. So we are monitoring that breaking news and a sad story out of Volusia County. Let me get you live now to Tallahassee, where a Senate Appropriations Committee is just getting underway. This is their first meeting as part of the property tax special session. The House, their first committee meeting is supposed to start in about 45 minutes. But again, the Senate, that is Ed Hooper, who is a longtime state senator who recently announced he's not running for re-election. Let's go ahead and listen in as this committee meeting gets underway.
Good afternoon, sir, and you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, senators of this great committee. Senators, property tax collections statewide have doubled since the pre-COVID years, rising from $35 billion in 2019 through 2020 to a projected $62 billion this year. That equates to a 77% increase in a 7-year period. These increases have far exceeded growth in CPI and population. For example, in 2022 through 2023, CPI was 6.3%, property tax collections increased by 12.3%. In 2023 through 2024, CPI increased by 3.3%, and property tax collections increased by 13.9%. Our population increase in those years were between 1.6 and 1.7%. By contrast, the budget we passed last week was $114.5 billion, which is less than the total budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. A budget adjusted for the anticipated CPI of 2.7% would total $118.2 billion. A budget adjusted by official estimates for population growth of 1.4% would total $116.7 billion. The budget we passed holds the line, spending less than the last year and reducing per capita spending. We are facing the same inflationary challenges as local governments. Payroll, health insurance, and retirement benefits for employees, and significant increases in the cost of building and maintaining critical infrastructure, to name a few. We have worked to rein in spending, pay down debt, and save for the future. Local government must do the same. SJR 2F is the governor's plan to provide property tax relief to owners of real property in the great state of Florida. Florida voters will have the opportunity, if we pass this joint resolution, to approve the following 4 steps to provide historic property tax relief. First, the SJR reduces the assessment limitation for non-homestead residential and non-homestead property from 10% to 5%. This protects Florida's businesses and Florida's renters from local government attempts to shift the burden of lost property tax revenues to them. Second, the SJR increases the homestead exemption for every Floridian who was a permanent resident as of December 31st, 2026. Beginning on January 1st, 2027, the first $150,000 of the assessed value is exempt. Beginning January 1st, 2028, the first $250,000 of the assessed value is exempt. Third, the SJR provides new Floridians who establish permanent residence on or after January 1st, 2027, a new increased exemption. Beginning January 1st, 2027, the first $50,000 of assessed value is exempt. Beginning the 5th year of receiving the exemption, the homesteader will receive the full $250,000 exempt amount. The increased exemptions could result in some homesteaders seeing full elimination of their property taxes, notwithstanding special assessments and fees. Over time, the $250,000 super exemption and the $50,000 new homesteader exemptions are increased annually for inflation. This helps keeps the exemptions from losing value over time. The fourth action for property tax relief is provided by requiring counties, municipalities, and school districts to increase the amount of the homestead exemption, allowing them to provide up to the full elimination of property taxes on homesteaders in their jurisdictions. The legislature would set the uniform procedure for this provision. Additionally, these local entities will have the ability, starting in 2030, to allow new homesteaders to jump to the super exemption level earlier than the 5th year when a local government deems it critical and deems it warrants that acceleration. Special districts are allowed to increase the exemption as well, but through a referendum approved by their voters. On the expenditure side, the joint resolution requires county and city property tax revenues to be used for specific purposes. These are the following: public safety, including law enforcement, fire service, and EMS, education and public schools, infrastructure, including road and bridge construction and stormwater control, natural resource projects, including flood control measures, issuance of local bonds and debt service payments, and employee benefits and retirement obligations. The joint resolution, if approved by the voters, takes effect January 1st, 2027. Additionally, the legislature will be required to create a trust fund to provide grants to local governments to assist in implementing the proposed amendment. Senators, that is the joint resolution.
Okay, before we start with questions from the senators, I just want to remind you there are 8 amendments filed on this joint resolution, some timely, some late, but we're going to take up questions on the bill itself initially. Are there questions on the SJR? Senator Polsky, you're recognized for a question.
Okay, so we're doing questions before we do any of the amendments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator. I wanted to first talk about the trust fund. Are you familiar with any other states that have a trust fund of this nature?
Chairman, go back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Polsky, for that. I did not look into what structures from a budgetary standpoint other states have. Certainly as it relates to our budget relative to other states, we are in certainly a much better position than a lot, if not the majority of other states, as it pertains to our budgetary structure and current posture.
Oh, go back and forth.
Please.
Thank you. Where is the money for this trust fund going to come from each year?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Polsky, for that. That is really up to the legislature to, after it passes in November, for the legislature to come back and make a policy as well as a budgetary decision as to where that money will come from.
And this trust fund is meant to make up for deficits that local governments will lose because of the property tax changes. So what if a future legislature chooses not to fund this trust fund? Then what happens?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for that. I certainly would not want to get into hypotheticals as to what future legislatures would do. I would certainly say that we have a history of taking care of communities, particularly as it relates to fiscally constrained counties within the history of the state of Florida. And currently, we have actually 3 distributions that are set up right now to take care of any shortfalls that those fiscally constrained counties would have.
Would non-fiscally constrained counties also be eligible for this trust fund?
Thank you for that question. It would be open to any and every county. They would simply, we would have to create a process by which they would apply for those funds. I would assume that future legislatures would want some sort of accountability within that structure, as well as to determine what is that critical need for that grant.
And how do we prevent future legislatures or future governors from making political decisions on which counties or which cities receive this funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for that question. Again, that would be within the processes and procedures that those future legislatures would put in place.
Okay, moving on, can you tell us what kind of studies or analyses have been done to decide if what's being proposed are the right numbers and are appropriate for our local cities and counties?
So, Senator, we do not have this piece of legislation scored by the REC. I would imagine that within the next 2 to 3 months, if not sooner, we'll have certainly more concrete numbers in terms of what potential impacts this legislation could have from a fiscal standpoint. As of right now, there are no, within the staff analysis, there is no score.
So if we get a score, that information is not going to be on the ballot summary that goes to our voters, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You went through the core activities. How is that completely defined? For example, where do building inspections come into that?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So if you look at the language in terms of those permissible uses, they're very broadly written to try to certainly encapture as many situations as possible, being that one of them. There's also provisions in there that go into also education and libraries, natural parks or natural resources. So there's an outline in terms of those permitted uses, but they're broadly written to try to capture as many of those unique situations that may occur within all of our jurisdictions.
So there are only 6 core activities. So where does building inspection fit into one of those 6? Can you tell me specifically?
Mr. Chairman? Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
And thank you, Senator Polsky. So as it relates to infrastructure, it is trying to capture everything that relates to infrastructure, certainly that being a component.
So you feel that residential building inspection is considered infrastructure?
Senator Polsky, as it relates to construction, yes, I do. Whether it's road construction or bridge construction or building construction, I believe that it's broadly written in a way where that is also captured in it.
And you mentioned libraries. Where do you see that fitting in? I don't see it as one of the 6 categories.
That would be under education and public schools. Again, it is broadly written in order to try to capture each and every possible instant or situation with regards to all of our unique jurisdictions.
So we were talking earlier about Children's Services Council, which gets money from property taxes, and that helps defray the costs for daycare, for example. Where would that fit into the 6 core services?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senator Polsky, whether it's a children's council would more likely probably be a special district, so to speak. So there would be a different, they don't fall into this category. They are treated differently in terms of, with regards to those permissible uses.
Can you explain how they're a special district? They don't tax unto themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Senator, if you have a special district that, or any jurisdiction that levies a millage, then they would be falling under these parameters.
Okay. Yeah. So
Questions being asked right now about the bill, the proposal, the resolution. I should say it is an SJR resolution because both houses would have to pass it, and then with 60% of the vote, and then it would go to your ballot to vote on in November. That would also require 60% of the vote, so different than a normal bill or piece of legislation. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, continuing to monitor this committee meeting in Tallahassee as the Senate and then here in a little bit the House meet to discuss and debate property tax cuts. So we're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Give you a live look in Tallahassee. This is the Senate Appropriations Committee, and Senator Tina Polsky, who is asking questions right now about the proposal, the property tax cut proposal. This is a resolution that was filed very similar to the governor's proposal. We should note that the House and Senate lawmakers in both chambers have also filed amendments that would keep school district taxes as they are. We know the governor's proposal did not exempt them from the cut, and so that's one of several amendments that's been proposed to the governor's plan. Let's go ahead and listen in live as more questions are asked. We also know there's a long list of folks who hope to speak in public comment in the meeting today as well. So we're keeping an eye on this in Tallahassee, and we'll go ahead and listen in.
That will increase costs across the board. So in order to be fair to local governments who have to make up the money somewhere, they should be allowed explicitly to charge user fees. That is the amendment.
I have no appearance forms for this amendment. Are there questions on the amendment? Is there debate on the amendment? Senator Polsky, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
I'll waive close.
Having waived close, all those in favor of the amendment say yay. Opposed,
Yay.
nay. No. Show the amendment is not adopted. Next, we'll take up Amendment Code 316788 by Senator Avila. Senator, you are recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment, I think, speaks to what Senator Polsky, in the direction that she was heading in. So this amendment adds a provision authorizing ad valorem tax revenues levied by counties and municipalities to be used for the operations and administration of county constitutional officers, boards of county commissioners, and municipalities, as well as expenditures approved by those officers and governing bodies, except as otherwise prohibited by general law.
Are there questions on this amendment? You're recognized. Senator Harrell.
Yes, just for clarity, and I thank you for this great amendment. It really eliminates about 10 of my questions that I was going to ask had you not filed this amendment. I just want to verify that it does, if the county already includes mosquito control, for instance, within its core services, that would be funded. Courts would be funded, civil courts would be funded, all kinds of things that might not meet public safety, narrow definition. Essential services that are now funded that are not in a very specific category would be funded unless they are precluded by general law. Is that correct?
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that great question. Yes, Senator, as long as they are not precluded by law.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Senator Smith, for a question, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Avila, for bringing this forward. I'm curious, what was it that inspired you to file the amendment? Is it because you heard from counties and municipalities who said, hey, how are we supposed to fund our constitutional offices? Or, I mean, is the reason you're filing this amendment because this entire package was very sloppily and quickly drafted, and you realize you missed a lot when you rushed this through?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Should you choose to answer that second part?
Thank you, Senator Smith. So I'll tell you, in part, it was there was some concerns as it relates to IGTs, in particular with regards to funding for whether it's for LIP or whether it's for DPP or other health-related mechanisms. So that was part of it. The other part was we wanted to make sure that the constitutional officers were certainly able to carry out their duties without any issues, whether it's our supervisors of elections or other constitutional officers.
Permission for a follow-up, Mr.
You're recognized.
Chair Hooper. I appreciate that, and I'll be supporting the amendment because I want our constitutional officers to be funded. But when you originally drafted the bill, did you intend to include funding for the supervisors of elections and the clerk of court, and this is just clarification, or did you just miss it altogether?
Senator Avila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that question, Senator Smith. So this is the governor's proposal. So what I have received is what was sent to all of you and what was filed. So this, I'm sure, was just making sure that we clarify as much as possible and don't have anything slip through the cracks.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, do we know, is there a representative of the governor's office who will be here to answer our questions? Since I understand, based on what Senator Avila has just described, he direct filed this legislation after receiving it from the governor's office. So I'm just trying to anticipate other questions we may have that Senator Avila, our colleague, may not be able to answer.
I don't know if there's a representative or not. I haven't recognized one. They may come in or out, but to my knowledge, there is no plan for them to be here.
Understood.
Additional question? Senator Pizzo, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, I sent you a text before because I wasn't familiar with the section. There was some concern expressed and possibly to insert an amendment because of, and I'm getting educated on a lot of this stuff at a granular level, but there was concern that certain sheriff's offices and fire districts wouldn't be able to be funded under the method and model that you have included here. And I sent you the content of those issues. Can you address those and whether you think your amendment covers that?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for that. I believe the amendment mitigates any sort of impact that I know that some are that you're referring to. I believe that the amendment covers not only that, but certainly, as I mentioned before, things that relate to the funding for health and human services, as well as other essential funded categories for certainly for counties and the Board of County Commissioners.
One follow-up.
So this discussion continuing live in Tallahassee right now. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Appreciate you joining us on what has been a very busy Monday.